And you don't even want to fuck with that, Mac Daddy.
Are we live? Are we rolling?
Are we live? Yeah.
Are we rolling? Wait, what's that from?
That's a Penn and Teller reference.
Oh, okay.
When they
You haven't mentioned Penn and Teller in a while.
yeah, I think it's been a minute, but when they did SNL, they used to do this thing for like a little bit when Penn and Teller were on Broadway. They did like an SNL every week. Like they would come on and do one trick. That was that year when like Lauren Michaels came back and it was really weird. And they would do like they would be like, "Are we live?" to like prove like it was part of like proving that they were live, so the audience, so you could be like, "Yeah, like we're not. There's no camera trickery here." Like, so they would have the audience shout that they were live. Penn and Teller almost got SNL shut down one night.
What the? No, I didn't.
All right,
How? Did they light something on fire?
No. All right. Well, there was one where they did they did a trick where they made it look like they cut a snake in half and then reformed it. It was just rope. Like it was one of those. And they got like tons of like hate mail being like, you're going to encourage people to do really dumb things, which whatever. That happens all the time, it seems. They didn't actually cut the snake. Like it was a trick, right? But the one was it was called, if I remember correctly, you might be able to find it on YouTube. It was called The Most Expensive Card Trick Ever Done, right? And it's like the 80s. And the gag is they're like, this is the concept of the joke. I'm gonna over explain the bit a little bit. But computers were getting big, and the logic was now people think computers are magic. Like so, back in the day when you did a magic trick, you'd be like, we are in touch with the dark arts. Now the idea being, in the 80s, you're like, well, we use a computer for that. So they set up this whole fake card trick where they're saying like, we are using a computer to scan all these cards to pick out the right one that someone picked out of a thing. And then we're going to put it on Times Square. The whole thing's fake, right? There's no, no computer can do that. Like in the 80s, no computer can actually pick that out. It's all a gag. And they pre-recorded it, right? So they recorded it in Times Square. It's all fake. But they have like a bit on stage where they're like, okay, I'm about to go out to Times Square. Like that part's live. And they're editing it. And this is according to Penn. I can't remember where I heard this story. One of the FCC guys was watching them edit and was like, it says live on your pre-recorded thing. And he goes, yeah, it's part of the joke. And they go, well, you can't do that. Like you can't, like that's a lie. Like that's legal. That's illegal. You can't say that it's live if it's not. And then Penn's like, oh well, maybe we can change it. And then I guess Lauren Michaels was like, fuck that, we're not taking it out. You can't tell me what to do. Like, and it turned into the FCC and Lauren Michaels like getting into a pissing contest, like right there. and the FCC guy basically pulled Penn aside and was like, if you don't fix this, NBC is going dark tonight. Like, if you do not do something, if you go out there and say it's live, we're going to take NBC off the air mid-program, you know? And Lauren Michaels was like, they're not going to do that. And if you watch the bit, what's really funny is the compromise Penn found was it's Steve Guttenberg as the host, and he rewrote Steve Guttenberg's line, and he said, look, there's a line in here about pre-recorded elements. You have to say this line so the FCC guy hears it and no one in America hears it. And so if you watch Steve Guttenberg, it's like a great delivery. He's like, Penn and Teller coming to you with a live card trick with pre-recorded elements. Like he says it like really quick, so you barely pick up on it. And that was the thing that got the FCC guy not to take SNL off the air live one night.
Wow. Well, that's pretty clever.
Everything's dumb.
You know what else is pretty clever, Matt? My co-host.
The U.S. government.
Absolutely not. But the Final Destination franchise, or at least the kills in the Final Destination franchise, which is what we're here to talk about today
Oh yeah,
on the Waffle Press retrospectives.
over here. Why Penn and Teller in these movies? They used to do tricks
I
like
don't. They
this all
should
the
be.
time.
Yeah, they should be.
There's like 7 tricks that end with Teller's death. Like that's the
Let me just
gag.
say, we are momentarily interrupting the failed superhero blockbusters. That's okay.
They don't need to
They'll be
know
back.
that.
In fact,
They don't need to know
you'll
that.
you'll no, because if people come back later and they're like, "Oh, what's that?" Maybe you want to check out our conversation on the Suicide Squads, Thunderbolts, Daredevils, and more. But you're not here for that today. You're here to talk about all the Final Destination movies, including Bloodlines, which just came out the weekend of recording this.
Yes.
Matt, what's your history with this franchise?
Um, big DVD movie. From back in the day. I saw these. Let me see. When does so? I was looking at the dates. Final Destination 2 is 2003. Final Destination 3 is 2006. I saw the first two sometime between 2003 2006. I couldn't say. A babysitter showed them to me.
That's perfect.
uh,
That is honestly perfect.
Shout out to Megan, who I'm still Facebook friends with, and her daughter is like a horror fanatic, by the way. Like is a kid who's like when they were 11 like knew all the slashers and shit like that. And like saw Terrifier when they were like 14, like one of those kids.
Wow.
Yeah. So shout out to Megan. I can't remember exactly why Megan should. Because I think she knew I was a horror fan. I used to watch horror movies all the time back then, and I think she was like, you know what are fun movies? The Final Destination films, and she showed the first two to me, which were the two that were out at the time. I had another babysitter show me the Scream films and the Wrong Turn films.
Whoa.
Yeah, yeah. So,
I feel like if I had gotten into Buffy when it was airing, I would have tracked down the Wrong Turn just because Eliza Dushku's in that first
yeah.
one.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but I think also like movies had that effect on me at that younger age. I was like, oh, this person's in that, I'll watch it for them. Where now I'm like, I need to like really be in love with the performance or like a director to be like, yeah, I'll check it out for that. And then sometimes it's a nice surprise, and other times it's not.
No, yeah, I think I
which is
was in the
fine.
same boat where it's like I knew a lot of these people that were recurring people in these
Mm-hmm.
type of movies, right? I whatever was going on. I mean, Ali Larder, who we'll talk about, where it's like I know her from these movies, Legally Blonde, and Jay and Silent
Oh
Bob Strike
yeah.
Back. Like I was into all of these around the same time, and then Heroes. I forgot. Yeah, Heroes a little bit later. Um, Yeah, Claire Redfield in the Resident Evil films. I always forget that because those sequels are so shit. But
Should we do the Resident Evil movies at some point?
that's one where I just feel like it's like I like one of those movies and I'm gonna be like a real asshole about the rest of them.
Oh, okay. Which one do you like? Since sounds like we're not gonna do
Yeah,
that.
I like the third one.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, that's my favorite one.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the one was like I was kind of like yeah I'll give it to Paul W.S. Anderson. The third one's pretty good, and that's like the one he didn't do.
Yeah, he doesn't direct 2 and 3, and 2 is like awful,
Yeah,
like
I will give
so fucking boring.
I will
And then 3 is like, oh yeah, the guy who directed Razorback clearly directed this one. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, exactly. But it's like, yeah, the second one is the one where it's like that's arguably the worst one is two, right?
No,
Uh,
I think it's hands down the worst. I think it's one of the worst video game movies ever.
yeah.
Which makes it one of the worst movies
And
ever.
then the first one has its charms, but like I am not one of those people that's like I am not vulgar auteur Paul W.S. Anderson, right? Like that is just
hmm
not I am not there for that. Zach Krieger is doing the next one.
Yeah.
I mean, go for it, man. Why not? Um,
Yeah, like what do they have to lose? You know. You
hmm,
know what might give me a little hope for that, and I'll just say really quick for the Mia Jovovich franchise version. I like 1, 3, and 5 a lot.
yeah,
3 is the clear winner to me. For some reason, it's the odd numbers ones that I really vibe with.
it's like
But the
the opposite
Zach
of Star
Kreger one
Trek.
is interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The Zach Kreger thing is interesting because at first I was like, you'll never be able to make I'll never be able to make a good Resident Evil movie because of the rights holders who are notorious for cutting down costs and budgets, which is what allegedly kind of fucked the last attempt, the Welcome to Raccoon City movie,
Hmm.
which was supposed to have like double the budget it started with, and then like halfway through production they were like, nope, you don't have that $20 million. Hey, where'd that money go? Who knows? Who's to say? I'm not saying anything, but
Paul
it
W.
didn't go to the people
Sanderson
making the movie.
Paul W. Anderson seems to keep finding franchises that have weird money things going on with them.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything about him.
I,
I want that to
I'm
be
not.
clear as well.
I
I'm not
am
accusing
not.
anyone of anything.
I'm not saying
Um,
anything about him either. I'm just saying it's a little weird
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Well, it's. I think it's the. I think it. Like, if I was to allegedly presume, it seems like a certain company is not great about distributing monetary or fiscal production costs evenly to their films, and the filmmakers working under them tend to get fucked by it. So that being said, that company is apparently not going to be the primary producers behind it. Now I think it's like Sony Pictures or Screen Gems,
Oh,
and
really?
then they're the ones who picked up Zach Kreger and like his script package and his take on the movie. So I'm like, okay, if he doesn't get fucked, I'd be interested in his like his approach to it because I really like Barbarian. I'm familiar with the script for Weapons, and I think that could be a really kick-ass horror movie. So I'm looking forward to that.
Is his Resident Evil going to be like a reboot?
Yeah, it's just gonna be its own thing.
But like, are they like? Here's the thing: are they finally going to do the plot of the games?
Well, Welcome to Raccoon City kind of did that.
Yeah, yeah. But like you said, like you said, that had a weird, like it had a whole thing going on with it.
Yeah, you can tell like that movie had like everything in place to work, and then something pulled the rug out from under it and
Yeah,
didn't let it happen.
but I
Um,
also feel like there's a weird uh there's a weird contingent of the Resident Evil movie fans, I should say, that they're similar to the Snyder heads in honestly, in terms of it feels like they're just like they'll be pissed if there's a more game accurate movie, right? Because they're like, where vulgar auteur Paul W.S. Anderson stands, right? Like, I've
mhm.
just seen a lot of discourse like that. And a part of me is like, if you did it right, you could do a really good Resident Evil film, right? That is the plot of
Mm-hmm.
those games because those the plots get absurd, like and
Yeah.
wild, and
Mm-hmm.
I just it feels like there's such a missed opportunity because those movies like barely have anything to do with those games, which
Yeah.
is fine. Like
My
I'm not saying
understanding
you
is
have
is
to do it. I'm just saying like
mhm.
I it feels like a real missed
There's stuff to
opportunity.
mine there.
Yeah, there really is.
Yeah. I my understanding is that it will take a very similar approach to the games. There's like rumors it's going to be primarily set in like a hospital in Raccoon City or something,
Oh,
but
okay.
whatever that means, it could just be like one location thing,
Mm.
whatever. It's got a sizable budget, and he's not made a big budget movie yet. So
I just
either
want
way, I'm excited to see it.
I just want the big budget one that just retains the B movie elements of the original films. Like
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Uh
really
huh.
looking for, and they'll just never that movie just will never get made. Honestly, like I just don't, not that Zach Krieger won't make a good movie, just they'll never do that
Hmm.
version of a Resident Evil film. I think it's also like they're kind of fucked where it's like because those movies have like huge international box office, right? And
Hmm.
they're action movies. Resident Evil the games had this problem too, where after four, they couldn't decide if they wanted to be horror games or action games for a little bit, right? And the
Hmm.
movies were like exclusively action. There's very little horror element in any of the Resident Evil films post the first one, right? Like,
Yeah, it's sort of the Terminator problem. Although I would argue like that needs to lean more into the science fiction aspects of it,
yeah.
because those movies become pure action.
Mm.
But like the sci-fi and horror stuff is definitely in there. The horror more so in the first one, but they were more interested in like, man, fucking Arnold's tossing out
I
one-liners
feel
and
like
shit,
we're
which are like
due.
he can do in his sleep, but that's not what those movies are.
I feel like we're due for Terminator return to its horror roots a little bit. Like I've mentioned this a few times where it's like, do a Terminator film that costs like $30 million, right? And just do like a
hmm
really stripped down basic story. Don't bring in any of this John Carter, like none of that shit, right?
Connor,
Connor, sorry.
Connor.
Yeah. My
No,
head's in the
that's all
words.
right.
Like,
I mean, the budgets are in line with like the John Carter movie, so I can see how your brain made that like
yeah.
mistake.
Well, it just keeps ballooning too, and it's just like it didn't work.
Mm.
That sort of out of control spending didn't work post Terminator 2, really. Like they kind of got away with it for 3, but 3 obviously didn't make as much as 2. And it's just like, yeah, like unless James Cameron's going to come back somehow, which I doubt he's even interested considering he's in Avatar world right now. Um,
Yeah, he's happy to produce them.
yeah. But like I'm just like, yeah, do like go back to the roots of this thing, and then when you get like a new status quo, then try the okay, let's do the big budget action movie again, right?
hmm Yeah, yeah. Now, I think all of this is actually relevant because we're talking about franchises that kind of have like these very strange ebbs and flows in tone, size, maybe not so much budget in regards to Final Destination. They're all pretty similar for the times they were released. There's no like $200 million Final Destination movie
I don't know
yet.
I'm looking right now, just checking. It's the first one cost 23 million, second one 26 million, third one 25 million. So it's all like the same cost, but you have to imagine how the fuck is the Final Destination cost $40 million? I'm guessing that's the
And it
3D.
looks like the cheapest one.
I'm guessing it's the 3D. We'll get to that, but I think the
hmm
3D and Final Destination 5 is 40 million too. Jesus Christ. Whatever. What's the newest one? This one's 50 million.
Okay, the new one's a little more expensive.
That like makes sense though,
50
because a
million.
lot happens in Bloodlines, but
Yeah.
yeah.
And it also just like made its money back like in a day.
I mean, all of these
Which
made
is why I
money.
mentioned like all of them made money. They've never not made money. Which is kind of strange that they stopped producing them. Although I think it's because the producers on these have kind of been with the franchise since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I got to I'll say I saw Bloodlines about a week early, and like they brought out all the female leads of the film and the female producer who's been with the franchise since the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
and it was really inspiring and enlightening to hear her talk just about how like they basically like held their cards close to their chest before bringing this back and like doing it right. Now some of that is just like it sounds like people were not super interested in more Final Destinations and after 5,
Yeah.
which we'll get into, but
I was shocked
I
too.
respect that commitment.
This is one of those like COVID is totally fucking my perception of time. I was kind of like, yeah, what has it been? It's been like 6 years since they did the Final Destination movie, and it's like, no, the Final Destination 5 was 2011. Like, I'm like, I
Mhm.
was in high school.
Yeah.
I had zero memory that there's been that big of a gap.
Yep.
So that is a little crazy to me.
Yeah. If I could just get into my quick, brief history into the franchise, and then we could just like start talking about. Do you want to do them like in order, or do you want to just like go nuts?
We'll go in order because it's kind of these are very like the plots are very simple, so it's not like we have to be like, okay, here's the new status quo. Like it's like here's here's the fate they all avoid, and here's the deaths that happened. Like that's just what these movies are.
All right, so September 11th, 2001. No,
we'll get there.
Yeah, no, we will get there because through cultural osmosis about the first film, the first and second films I did not watch in theaters. I didn't see them until after I saw Final Destination 3, which was the first R-rated movie I ever saw in theaters, I
Oh,
think.
right
Either
on.
that or like Doom. I think I brought up the first
Oh
Doom
God, that
before.
what a bad one to see.
Or no. I think I mistakenly called 28 Weeks Later, maybe, but
Okay.
unless there's something before 2006, fuck, it might be Doom.
Mm.
Shit,
All
never
right.
mind.
All right.
But anyways, I saw it, was sneaking in with some friends from grade school, who I wasn't like super close with, but it was like, we were all getting older, and it's like, you want to come watch the movie with us? Like, yeah. And I was like not a troublemaker at that age, and I was not like sneaking into places or stealing anything. So I was like, can we do this? Like, are you sure? And there was like a girl I liked there, so I was like, okay, I just gotta play it cool. I'm not watching scary movies. I gotta like just do this, whatever. And God bless her for putting up with me just being awkward and dorky. And yeah.
Did you like?
I hope you're doing well out there.
Did you like when they died in the fucking the tanning booths?
You know what? At that age, if I could get a full sentence out when I was talking to her, that's a more positive like memory than probably was the actual interaction.
Not to like force you to explain yourself, but were you that guy? Were you like someone who couldn't get a sentence out? Like
very rarely, I would just kind of sit in silence,
Mhm.
and then if they talked to me, I would like start talking to them, but it wasn't like I would never instigate the conversation by any means.
I have white guy's disease where I think I'm funny, even though I'm not. And so I just would my insecurity, I could keep talking, but I would just say irreverent things, and that was my way.
No, okay.
Uh,
Well, God, I should have tried that at that age.
no, it didn't work. It never
Oh,
worked. It just kept me like in like good graces with people, but it didn't lead to anything.
yeah. Well, so we go to see this movie, right? I tell my parents I saw something else. Like I don't remember what it was, but I'm also terrified of roller coasters at this age.
Oh boy!
I didn't know Final Destination 3 was about a roller coaster crash. So
you
already
somehow
I'm like,
didn't look at the post.
No, because I was just like, oh, we're gonna go see something again. I wasn't convinced we were gonna go see another movie, but I was like, oh, we're gonna tell them we're gonna go see this, and we'll go see something else instead. It wasn't like we're gonna go see Final Destination 3. Especially at that time, at that era, like people don't know this probably, like younger listeners, but like you couldn't like reserve seats. It was like you get there as early as you can, and then you get your seat because otherwise you're like on the fucking edges or like right in front of the screen.
Also, if you're underage,
so then,
you have to sneak in. You have to sneak into the R-rated film.
Yep.
Well, what would
so
you?
we
do
did that.
Do you know what you bought tickets for instead of?
I cannot remember.
All right, I was trying.
It must have been something that was out that week or like had just come out.
Yeah, it was. There was usually some shitty Disney film, and I don't mean like the animated stuff. I mean like something like College Road Trip or something terrible like that you could just buy a ticket for. I bet you that's what kept those movies getting made for a long time. Like that was factored into the box office. The number of teenagers that would buy.
Yeah, it was one. It was totally one of those.
Yeah.
So we see Final Destination 3 not only because everyone like enjoyed it, right? Everyone's popcorn tossing type shit, right? Everyone enjoyed it. I really liked it to the point where I was thinking about how much I liked it, who that lead actress was, why were these kids so good? I'm not used to seeing slashers already, but like I was really impressed by it. and I was like, as I got more comfortable with watching more horror stuff, I eventually go back to Final Destination a couple years later, right? I'm in my late teens now, and I'm starting to like watch them all for the first time. Final Destination 1, Final Destination 2, or revisit 3, and then it's in the lead up to 4, I think. No, I watched 4 later. And then I watched 5, and I'm like, that's an interesting ending.
We'll talk about it.
So all that build up to say Final Destination, the original Final Destination, is one of the great like horror movie like originals.
No, I would agree. Rewatching it, I was kind of like, this is like a near masterpiece? Honestly, the first one, like it's. I was very close to being like, is this a Scream level masterpiece? I think Scream is like the great '90s horror movie in terms of like mainstream horror.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I would agree with that, and I don't know if I would put it up there,
no,
but
no, I kind of pull
Final
back.
Destination's a great
It's
movie.
a great movie. I pull back a little bit because I think the third act kind of runs out of steam, right? Like they don't
Hmm.
totally know how to end the thing.
Yeah, I
And
mean, can I say right now, I do kind of think that's basically a problem with all of these,
there
a
are
little bit.
the weird thing about this franchise is they all seem to have the same problems in each movie. Like
Hmm.
there are certain hurdles they don't find a way to get over, which is kind of fascinating. Um,
Yeah.
but the first one, it's what's also crazy about the first one is it's that thing that happens in a lot of slasher films where how straight it's played, right? Um,
Hmm.
while not shying away from its absurdism, right? Like they're not
Yeah.
they don't think they're making a masterpiece, but they're taking their schlock seriously, which is what I think you want to see from a movie like this. Because there are long meditations on death, right?
Hmm.
And then also like Ellie Larder's character's name is Clear Rivers, so like this is
What a
that,
name.
yeah, and it's got that like we're a horror film, but we're also Beverly Hills 90210 or whatever the fuck. Like it's got like a weird like we're horror but Dawson's Creek vibe to it, which I kind of love from this era. It's a type of horror we just don't get anymore. Um,
Yeah, you know what I'd really love, and I think I'll say the new Final Destination gets really close to like getting this. The YA teen dramas on CW,
yeah,
like post Dawson's Creek, I think it kind of almost taps into that again. I
yeah,
do, but I'll save that. But that made me happy. Um, I didn't know the original Final Destination was also based on an X Files spec script until
yes.
very recently.
Yeah, and you kind of feel the bones in it with the agents that are in the movie, the FBI agents that
Hmm.
are investigating it. One of them played by fucking Daniel Roebuck, who is becoming a recurring character on these retrospectives. Uh, how
Well,
many
he's fucking
how many
rules.
times have we talked about him now? It's Final Destination. We've talked about him in the Halloween, uh, the Rob Zombie Halloween films, right? The
Hmm.
Rob Zombie Monsters, which we did talk about, and fucking The Late Shift. So,
The Late Shift, and Lost Heads know him as Dr. Leslie Arzt.
oh, right on. Uh,
Yeah, he's the one who guides them through how to not carry dynamite.
okay, I don't know what any of that means. Um,
Oh, okay, Lost Head knows. Lost Heads know what I mean. They know. You all know out there.
I'm thinking about Lost lately.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about it.
in a positive or negative way.
Well, I always, here's the thing. I don't like what's his fuck. Who's the guy who developed that shit? Um,
Damon
I don't like
Lindelof.
Lindelof. Like I haven't liked anything he's done outside of Lost, which is all I'm really familiar with.
Hmm.
What's he done that's good outside of Lost?
Did you ever watch The Leftovers?
I know I hated that show.
Okay,
I watched
I really like it after the first season.
okay, well, I'm not doing that. 4 episodes.
Okay, I know. I fucking hate when people say that. I'm not even telling you to watch it because of that.
I hated
I'm
this.
just
I
saying
kind of
my
just hated
experience.
the setup of it in general. Like, that was one like that just rubbed me the wrong way, and I was like, people say it's brilliant, it better get brilliant, and it never did. So,
Hmm.
like, um, but yeah, I haven't liked any of his stuff outside of it. So like, it's kept me. But so many people go like, Lost is one of the great TV shows, and I'm like, are we far enough removed that I can like give this a fair shake, And
Hmm.
can I watch this and appreciate it? Because I also I don't know how to really approach it, which I think is an issue sometimes with shows where
Hmm.
because I feel like even the lost defenders of it don't lay out a convincing argument for someone who is unfamiliar with the show, right? Like whenever I hear people who are fans of Lost talking about Lost, it sounds like they're talking to people who are already in the pocket for Lost, right? They're all talking to each
Yeah.
other, and or it's like no one has said anything that sold me on getting into Lost. Whatever, 20 years later, or however long it's been.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't know. I've just been thinking about it because it is such a it's a weird, like, it was huge, and now it just feels like the only people that like it are the Lost Heads. Um, and there was that moment you freaked the fuck out on me when we were talking about uh, the decline of the 20 episode seasons or whatever the fuck, and then you got like
Oh
real
yeah,
aggro
yeah.
about it at a point I didn't even make.
Yeah.
So that happened.
Was I wrong?
I guess not, but
Yeah.
the fuck, man.
Yeah.
Um,
I apologize for that.
and yeah, like
I was holding in a lot of feelings about that 20 plus season thing.
clearly. But yeah, yeah, you can definitely feel the bones of it being an X Files thing, and this is classic. When does X Files end? Does X Files actually end in 2001? Like the first run of X Files.
No, I remember
Oh,
it going on longer.
made it all the way to 2002. That's crazy. But like that ninth season or whatever the fuck is like no one likes it. But maybe it has defenders now. But I feel like the thing that really kills X Files is post 9/11, right? And then
Yeah.
this
Mm-hmm.
is the weird, like, they found a way around it. Like they made a franchise that could survive post 9/11 without intending it. Although you could not make the first one post 9/11. Um,
No.
that's just the weird. You could not. Final Destination 1 comes out 2000. You could not make this movie a year later, right? 1 year later, you cannot.
I'll give it a year and like 6 months,
Okay.
just because of a specific event that occurs in September of that year.
Well, that's what I
But
mean.
you're right.
That's what I
You're
mean.
absolutely
like,
right.
You
Yeah.
could not do this movie like within that time frame. By 2006, there is a 9/11 reference in Final Destination 3. There is a we are so back moment in Final Destination 3 where it's like, yes, we can be weird about 9/11.
Oh shit! Hang on. Now a memory is returning.
Mm.
Okay, we talked about the film anger management.
Yes, I think I said on that episode that I think that was the first movie where it's like we can acknowledge 9/11 in a funny way. Like,
Yeah.
I think that was really important in that way. But that movie also has Rudy Giuliani in it. Like,
Yeah.
he's,
Let him speak.
he's the hero of the film,
Yeah.
which is something that
Look.
happens.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Except director James Wong, apparently, who directs the shit out of his entries.
Where is Giuliani?
Hopefully, on the highway to hell.
No, but like Trump is back in office. Like, what is that? Rudy Giuliani went down with that fucking ship the first time round.
Yeah.
You'd think he would be like fucking, I don't know, Secretary of Agriculture or something that like Trump clearly doesn't give a fuck about.
For the most part, Trump's cabinet and like his goons from like his first like run at the office, like they mostly all fall into the wayside. Like he rebooted his supporting cast. You know what I mean?
He
like
his administration like 3 times the first time around. Like,
yeah,
it is a weird, like, I think all the it is like the really psychos and grifters like got a hold of them, which is why they keep trying things that are wildly unpopular and won't work.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like at least the other guys were like, yeah, they were white supremacists, but they at least had a strategy. So, but do you also
speaking of strategies?
Do you know
death has a strategy?
We'll get to that. Do you know that this is also partly inspired by the TWA Flight 800 explosion?
Only partially. I feel like you want to get into that.
Yeah, well, here's one thing. Part of why these movies played so well for me at that young age is I was a big fan of a series. Do you remember Modern Marvels on the History Channel?
Yeah.
Where they would do, like, they would talk about, like, the Hoover Dam or something, or they would pick, like, some very specific niche, like, thing and break it down, right? Like, they would talk about dams or something like that. They also had a recurring series, which they did, like, I think it's one of those, like, where it was part of the things that slowly transformed what the History Channel was actually about. Modern Marvels would do something called Engineering Disasters. Did you ever see any of the Engineering Disasters episodes?
No.
So like,
I can't remember any off the top of my head.
It would literally just be like, how do I describe it? It would literally just be like stuff along the lines of like, here like a building collapsed, right? And they would break down what led to it, and
Hmm.
they would, they cover like 3 Mile Island or like big ones like Chernobyl, there'd be stuff like that. But then they would also talk about more obscure things. One I think is relevant to the recent one. Do you know about the Hyatt Regency hotel walkway collapse? Um,
Yes,
yeah,
actually,
have we talked about it? I feel like I might have
we
talked about it.
probably have.
But yeah, that's like a very famous engineering disaster, right? And
Hmm.
it honestly feels like the Bloodlines, even though that is a very different hotel disaster, right? Um,
Yeah.
it feels like they might have started from that jumping off point. Um,
Hmm.
Although that was one where that was like very clear like engineering neglect, right? Like that was one where the people who built that walkway didn't do a good job.
Hmm.
Like they explicitly fucked it. But like I think it's one where like engineers lost their licenses over it, and so I think some people got even prison time. Um, for those who don't know, what happened was there were these walkways that went through a lobby of a Hyatt, and it was two walkways, one above the other. They were supposed to be anchored to the ceiling, right? It was supposed to be one would be anchored to the ceiling, and then it'd go through that one and go to the other one. And instead, the lower one was anchored to the upper walkway, and then the upper walkway was anchored to the ceiling, and it created like way too many fail points, right? So the lower walkway was reliant on the upper one to stay up, and then if that one tore through and it pulled the other one down with it. Very bad engineering, basically, because there was too many people on it because they had a fucking they had some sort of like uh celebration there. You can find there's a lot of that's one where there's like a lot of reporting on it.
Yeah, and that description alone, anyone who's seen Bloodlines is like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
you know.
exactly. Yeah, pretty much. But the other thing is, what you learn when you watch something like Engineering Disasters, the modern Marvels stuff, is a lot of the like really devastating engineering failures that aren't the cause of outright neglect. Now there are a lot of those where it's like neglect was a major part, right? Where
Hmm.
it's unfortunately I feel like becoming a more common thing in this era of like move fast and break things. Uh, where like I mean, how long ago was the Titan sub? Is like a year and a half ago at this point, right? Like where that was literally
Sorry, I
just like,
forgot.
yeah, that was literally just.
I mean that's fucking Final Destination shit right
No,
there.
it's not. No, no, it is not.
No,
Because Final Destination is
no,
a
no.
dom.
Okay, well let me be clear. It's not some magical like malevolent death spirit
No, no, I'm not.
killing people. It was yeah.
I'm not even saying that. But like the thing is, a lot of engineering disasters are a series of seemingly unrelated failures, right? That on their
Hmm.
own are not devastating, right? It's like something very minor where people go like, okay, oh well, that's not a big deal, whatever, who cares? But when all of those things happen, no one thought about what would happen if all of those things happened together. So I'm pouring some water right now in case that picks up on the mic. Um,
No, it's fine.
None of those things happened in conjunction with one another. Like, I mean, no one ever thought what would happen if all of those little things happened together, and that's what leads to a major engineering disaster. I'm gonna get this one a little wrong. There was a mall collapse, I think, in Tokyo, where a 5-story mall just like collapsed in on itself out of nowhere one day, and no one could figure out why it had happened, and part of it was like engineering weaknesses in places, but I think a big thing that caused it was that there were these uh they were replacing the air conditioning units on the roof, and they were storing the new ones to be installed, and they moved them incorrectly, like in a way that like didn't really matter, but moving them was enough to like put too much stress on different. And I mean, when I say they moved them, I don't mean they were moving them and that's when it collapsed. I mean they moved them and then like several days passed, but they had already caused the damage, and that's when the collapse happened. Um, there's a lot of weird. The I guess what I'm saying is, if you watch these movies and you're like, it's usually the big disaster that I'm talking about that sets off the thing, and you're like, well, that seems a little absurd that all these things would happen. I'm like, no, that's usually how a lot of engineering disasters play out. Like a majority of them are
Mm-hmm.
these weird little things that no one picks up on. The Titan sub is not one of those. That was literally everyone was telling that guy, if you do this, you will get people killed, and he just didn't listen, and then
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
died along with like several other people. So like that's a very different situation. Um, but the TWA Flight 800, which is there's still like conspiracies around this one. Do you know that like that there's like it's one of the early conspiracy theories. It's actually I've been reading about.
No, no.
I was doing some reading. It's crazy to think how for about 8 years Janet Reno was like the biggest villain in the country. Does anyone even think about Janet Reno passed away in 2016? Does anyone even think about that anymore? That
No.
Janet Reno like oversaw Waco, right? Which was a
Mm-hmm.
disaster. Janet Reno oversaw the investigation of the TWA Flight 800, which like there was all sorts of problems there. And was she I think she might have been the first woman to be attorney general, which might be why she was under so much scrutiny. But a lot of weird shit did happen under her, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
who was that kid that there was some kid from Cuba? I don't know if Elian Gonzalez. Do you know who this is? Um, you remember this?
No,
It was a
I don't.
6-year-old that came to America. He was taken from Cuba, but he was technically here illegally, and so like he had to get returned, right? Um, it was like this whole controversy, and there's a really infamous photo that won the Pulitzer Prize of a federal agent in like full tactical gear pointing a assault rifle at this kid and his father, I think, as they are like hiding in a closet. It's one of these like, what the fuck are we doing moments in the country that we clearly never learned any lessons from. But Janet Reno was such a villain. Remember, like Will Ferrell played her on SNL.
No, you know what? I don't remember
Okay,
that.
there was a whole thing where it was Janet Reno's dance party. It was basically like, what if someone like Janet Reno like tried to get hip with the kids as Secretary General? And it was like this recurring thing of like Janet Reno would hold a dance party, and then like they would bring other people on as different government figures. Giuliani as himself was in one. And we got into a boxing match with Janet Reno, and Janet Reno fought dirty.
That one makes
And
sense.
then for the last one, when Janet Reno was officially leaving office, Janet Reno went on. And I think her and Will Ferrell fought. Like, it was a thing that happened.
Jesus.
Yeah.
They
Uh,
always got their finger on the pulse over
yeah.
there.
But like you got to remember like it's one of these like I don't know how we really process it now, but like the Clinton era was like this weird like the beginning of the conspiracy bubbling that like is killing us all right now. It was because like Waco becomes this like huge Waco and like Ruby Ridge become like these huge inflection points for the right wing, right? Like it becomes
Mm-hmm.
that is the basis for they're coming to take your guns are both found in the disastrous handling of both Waco and Ruby Ridge, right? And then both of those
Mm-hmm.
lead to Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing, right? And like that's why he did those things. But it's one I think because a lot of it's faded, but and then 9/11 I think just overshadows all of it. But TWA blew up a little bit after takeoff. It was a plane going from New York to Paris, much like the plane in this film. Um, Part of why it was such a big news story is that I believe there were a lot of not high school students, but college students on there for some sort of trip, right? Like it was part of some
Mm-hmm.
college program. In fact, uh, a lot of people on the plane were from my hometown. There were students from Syracuse University, and it was part of the reason why my school was not allowed to do trips that involved planes. Like if we wanted to do a field trip, it had to be something that was accessible by bus if we were going to do something big. They were not because like parents were really freaked out after this happened about anyone taking a plane ride. Um, so, and
You want to know something fucking crazy?
hmm,
Okay, it's not super crazy, but there was only like one big school trip I went on
oh,
in middle school, and it was to New York.
hmm,
So we had to fly there, right? On the flight back, I'll never forget. We're getting ready to take off on the runway, and
hmm.
then the way runways are set up, you basically have to like go like when you get in line to take off, you have to do like a big circle on
Yeah,
that
yeah,
runway,
yeah.
right? But once you do like that half circle, the rest of the circle is for the plane to take off. But for a little bit, there's planes going across, like they're crossing a street in a way, right?
Yeah, yeah, you're taxiing.
Our plane was on that runway, and I remember looking out the window, being like, "Yeah, it kind of looks like that plane's still coming." But it's probably just getting ready to go, right? It's not really coming at us. And I remember everyone starting to look out the window, and I was like, "Is that plane coming?" And obviously, it didn't hit the other plane we were in,
Mhm,
but it definitely was, I think, closer than a lot of other people expected.
mhm.
And I remember the pilot going over the intercom, being like, "Sorry about that, folks. I guess some people are just a little impatient or something like that," and like
Wow.
kind of laughing it off, like, "Ha ha ha." Some people just excited to get home,
Mhm.
and I didn't go on planes for a while after that.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm done with planes. My last plane trip was
like
to
forever.
yeah, my last plane trip was to Florida, and it was bumpy as shit. And I hadn't been on a plane in like 4 to 5 years or something like that. Part of it was just my own health problems, and then COVID added to it. And then I got on it, and I was like, "This is psychotic. I'm never doing this again." In fact, I had such a
Yeah.
bad time flying to Florida. I took a 12-hour train ride home instead of getting back on the plane. That's how freaked out I was. And I never had that. I never had that phobia of flying. But now I do. Hey,
Oh,
do you want to know when the first time I flew on an airplane was?
September 10th, 2001.
Close. August 2001.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would change my perspective
Yeah.
on planes.
And the pilot let me come into the cabinet before takeoff. They were like, "Oh, it's your first flight. Look at you." Stuff that will never happen
Hmm.
ever again. Um,
No.
I don't know. Do they do runway boardings anymore? I think that was one of those things they got rid of for a little bit after 9/11, where you would literally like
Some planes do, some don't.
yeah, I think like it's back now, but like for a while that was one of those things where
Yeah.
they just didn't allow to happen.
Yeah, just flying out of LAX, they like don't do that there.
Well,
But other
LAX,
other places have.
I feel like you couldn't do that with LAX, right? It's just too
Yeah,
too
like
crazy.
it's
Uh,
yeah, yeah. Um, but other places, yeah, definitely still do that. I had to do that a lot
mm,
in Europe. There was a
right.
lot of
Mm.
land strip boarding.
To bring it back to TWA, so yeah, it's a plane that blew up a little bit after takeoff. There, to this day, there are conspiracies about uh, the big one. There was obviously like talks of terrorism at the time because that was on the rise in the 90s. Well, I can't remember what year the World Trade Center bombing is, but I think it's a little bit before that. Um, and there have been other planes that were blown up. Um, and then there's also the conspiracy that a military base nearby was doing a missile launch test, and people, even to this day, allege that TWA might have been hit by a missile, and that's like very big. It's weird. Where like the missile theory is like big in like liberal circles, right? And the
Hmm.
terrorist one is big in like conservative circles. Um, it's interesting. I remember. I think everyone hates these guys now for good reason. But remember the Young Turks? Um,
Yes, I do remember
I re-
because that's how you get Hassan Piker. That's his name,
yeah,
right?
yeah. He's related to Shank Uger, right? Like they're
Yep.
like
Yep.
they're like
He
distant
he still
relatives.
does something called Thanksgiving,
Mm.
where he'll live stream with his uncle, and they'll go to blows
Yeah.
basically. And I want to give Hassan some credit,
Mm.
because like I understand online leftists there's a certain aura around them that
Yeah.
is sometimes negative. I want to give him some credit just because he's very honest about like his relationship with his uncle. Like he still loves him, but
Mm.
he also is like, but I can't trust him
Yeah, yeah.
because the work conditions at the Young Turks were less than hospitable. It sounds like.
Yeah, Young Turks had a weird thing going on with them, but I also give Shank some credit where Shank just is him. Like he's very honest. He's just crazy. Like he's just kind of like an
Yeah,
asshole. Like you know where he stands though most of the time. So whatever.
it's the devil you know at
But
this point.
he very much. I do remember them running a news story. It had to be 10 years ago at this point, where they were like, new evidence suggests it really was a missile that took down TWA, and I was like, all right, buddy, like let's pump those brakes. Like I don't even know what we're trying to prove at this point. Um, it was one where like after like multiple years of investigating, it was something to do with wiring short circuiting near a a fuel tank that should have been empty but had like vapors in it. It was it's like a weird thing of a bunch of things no one thought were connected to each other ended up being connected. And then the other thing about that, it doesn't happen this way in the movie, obviously, but part of why people thought it was a missile was because where the explosion was, the front of the fucking plane just like fell off, and then the rest of it kept flying, and it actually went up a little bit before coming back down. So that's why some people kind of still think there was something weird going on with it. And the conspiracies were so popular, the FBI actually had to air like a primetime 30-minute special where they explained their findings on national television. Because they were like, we have to put these
Wow.
conspiracies to bed. And of course, when the FBI does that, people are just going to double down. Because it's like, well,
Yeah.
they would only go this far if they were trying to cover something up, right? Um, and again, I think no one cares anymore because like after 9/11, no one like that now we can just dump every conspiracy theory onto 9/11, right? Um,
hmm
but I think you can see the bones of that kind of thinking, not just in terms of the plane crash opening of Final Destination, but the sort of like trying to decipher the code of it all. Conspiracy
hmm
theories are still fun in 2000, um, and I think you can see that in Final Destination as a movie.
God, maybe in hindsight, that's why it's kind of the best and worst time for Final Destination to come back.
Yeah.
Like, best in terms of box office, I guess.
Yeah, we'll talk about how these movies play out. I feel like there's just we're again, the culture is just a failure at reckoning with what's going on in the zeitgeist, you know.
hmm
And I think it's maybe just movies not being the center of the zeitgeist anymore, so they don't accurately reflect things. The only thing I really have noticed is that there really is a lot of movies are about cancel culture, right? Like a lot of movies are subtly about cancel culture these days, where it's someone got caught saying something and that led to their downfall. Um,
Yeah.
so,
Like you and I were talking about Zach Kreger, and it's
mm,
like, well, Barbarian has a character who's
mm.
at the end of cancel culture,
But
and
that's
that movie's not pro his.
no, that
It's
movie's one of
not
the better
in
ones
favor of
because
the
it
character.
really breaks down like what quote unquote cancel culture really is, which is a guy who committed a crime getting exposed. Um,
Yeah.
that might be. Oh, I don't want to spoil. Like, even though it's been years, I really don't want to spoil Barbarian. That turn in the middle of that movie. First of all, it comes after like one of the great shock moments I think in like recent cinema, right? Um,
hmm
that Justin Long's introduction in Barbarian and then just following him for like the next like 20 minutes, right? Is one of the best sustained 20 minutes I've ever seen in a movie. I love that whole sequence of just here's a guy who just the it's not like, oh, we're introduced this guy and he's a piece of shit. It's like we're introduced this guy, he's a piece of shit, and then the more we learn about him, the worse he gets. It's incredible, and it's really funny too. So
mm
I got to give that is an amazing sequence of events in a movie.
Yeah. Yeah. God, I gotta fucking hype up Barbarian some more before Weapons comes out.
Yeah, and then
I'm like, I don't want to get into it because it's gonna take up more time from Final Destination, but
yes,
I'm very excited for that movie.
yeah. Well, I'm interested in anything that
Um,
guy does, basically. So
yeah. Um, all right, let me see. What else I want to mention?
well, I want to say. again, like this one's a lot more straightforward. I feel like,
It's more moody than I remember.
yeah, it's very moody. You can definitely you can just feel like the weird '90s influence on this. I feel like this is the logical endpoint of the slasher film, right? This is the
Like death itself
yeah.
as the
It's like
antagonist.
literally death is the slasher. He's gonna kill you in a violent, horrific way, but he's never seen. We never see death. Uh, and it's also this weird kind of bridging of what will be known as like the new extreme torture porn genre, right? Like this is very much a precursor without being one of those films. Um,
Yeah.
do you consider
That's a good way of putting that.
do you consider Saw to be a slasher film? I got
If I had to give
Jigsaw.
a blanket statement, yeah. Yeah, I think the first film is a slasher film.
See, I don't know. I don't think I would because I also like
It
I
gets murky, right?
it's murky because but it's also I think of something like I would not classify Texas Chainsaw Massacre as a slasher film, right? Like that's
Hmm.
definitely adjacent, but it doesn't have the qualities I think make up a slasher film, and I don't think the Saw films do either, even with a character like Jigsaw at the center of it.
Hmm.
Like this, even though it's a supernatural horror film, this feels much more in the pocket of slasher films than the Saw films.
Yeah. You know what? Like is it the younger cast, you think? Like not as the sole defining factor of a slasher, but do you think that helps put it over the line into like, yeah, Final Destination slasher series
Maybe,
versus something like Saw?
but I think the second one subverts it, and it's crazy that it's the second one where the second one very deliberately goes out of its way to be like, here's a bunch of annoying teenagers. They die 10 minutes into this movie, and we're done with them. There's no longer teenagers in this movie. Now it's the only one that did that. Um,
Yeah.
but uh, I think the Final Destination films have had a good mix of teenagers, young adults, and like middle-aged guys. Like there's always like a middle-aged guy thrown in there in most of these.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't know. Maybe it's that. I just think that there is something to this. Feels like a lot of these deaths feel like something Jason would do, right? Or Freddy Krueger. Really, I think it's a lot closer to Freddy Krueger. Where except it's not in a dream; it's in the real world, right? And
Hmm.
it just feels something like a slasher would do, as opposed to Jigsaw, who doesn't really kill people directly, right? Um,
Yeah.
like he does the whole
Which is
like,
like his whole case.
yeah, it just I don't know. I just would I think once torture porn kind of comes on, I just think that's a whole separate genre, you know?
Hmm.
Like Hostel
And like
definitely
just to
isn't a slasher
clarify
film.
as well, I just think the sequels they get you to torture porn much more than the first one for Final Destination. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
like the first Final Destination, it's almost like Hitchcockian in its
Yeah.
attempts to like draw out the tension.
No, yeah, there is gore, but it's very brief and quick most of the time. The probably like the most violent death is the teacher, right?
Hmm.
Miss Luton. Um, so like she probably gets the most prolonged one that feels a lot closer to what we would see from the franchise, you know?
Yeah.
We got Sean William Scott here. He does get his head cut in half. He doesn't get it cut off. His head gets cut in half. Um,
Yeah.
but it's very quick, right? Uh,
Hmm.
Girl gets hit by a bus, which becomes a recurring thing. It seems they do the bus gag or a version of it a lot across these films. Um,
Yeah.
and
It's like, hey, they know how to play the hits now.
but like Todd, the first one to die post the fucking plane surviving, is just a very brutal death. It's like just a hanging, right? It's not. It doesn't feel
Hmm.
torture in the gory sense. It just feels like, yeah, this would be a painful way to go. It sucks. It doesn't feel like it's done for the geek show element of it. Whereas, and not that there isn't a little bit of that here. Like I said, Sean William Scott does feel a lot closer to the like, holy fuck, can you believe that happened, dude?
Yeah,
Type death.
and not just because it's Sean William Scott,
Yeah. Where is he? Is this
who
like
I'm familiar with.
Is this like right after American Pie, or is this right before
He
it?
gets the job because one of the producers, I think, was a producer on American Pie, and he recommended him to James Wong and his producing team, and he was like, "I think you guys should get them for Billy." And they're like, "Well, we didn't really we wrote him kind of like as a dork, and I think Striffler is the American Pie character name, Stifler."
Stifler.
And they're like, "I don't know," and then they meet with him, and they're like, "All right, we could play with that," and then that's what gets him the job.
Goddamn, he does this, Dude, Where's My Car, and Road Trip in the same year.
Yeah, can I just say, I think Sean William Scott's a great actor who's never gotten his due because of that bro-y, like, aura.
Yeah, Hey, don't co-star with Ashton Kutcher, man. Like, I'll bring you the fuck down.
Uh-huh.
You gotta be like, here's the thing that Sean William Scott will never do. You have to be Topher Grace, and you have to let everyone think you're an asshole for like 8 years. Everyone has to be like, God, he never wants to party with that 70 show cast or whatever the fuck. And then it's like, oh, turns out he had a good reason to not want to do that.
Yeah. And everyone's like, "Oh, Topher Grace, he's probably got an ego." And it's like, "Oh no, we actually all love Topher Grace now and hate everyone else."
There was that really funny. Remember, like when fucking Danny Masterson got sentenced, and all those people wrote letters to the judge they didn't think were going to get published, and they got published, including Ashton Kutcher, who's basically been in damage control for the last year over it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, like the Onion ran a headline where it was like op-ed by Topher Grace, and he was like, "I'm writing because I think Danny Masterson should get lethal injection." That was a weird arc of just like the Topher Grace things. I do remember people being like, "Man, Topher Grace must be a huge asshole." And now it's like, "Oh, maybe he was the one good guy on the set of that that show."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Sean William Scott. It's a little sad. Of just he had like a moment there with the goon, right?
Mm-hmm. Which is like a super underrated movie. I think.
Goon is great, and that's kind of the weird like. Remember, because he's like I said, he's in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back the next year. And what was he in anything else? I'm just looking at Kevin Smith related. I think he did another movie with
Cop Out.
Oh yeah, oh, fuck, that sucks.
He's in Cop Out. Yeah.
Well, remember he was supposed to be the lead of the unproduced Kevin Smith film Hit Somebody, which is the hockey epic that Kevin Smith was working on for like decades, right? And it was like this thing of, it was like allegedly it was a really good script. He just couldn't get any money for it. It's something I've heard from other people. And Sean William Scott was supposed to be the lead of it, and I think the frustration of that not getting made is what led him to Goon, because that's another hockey film with a similar setup to it.
Damn. But he was just in The Righteous Gemstones for its last season. He's great in it. I wish he was in the whole show at this point.
He's connected to those people somehow, right? Like the guys who do Righteous Gemstones. I think he knows some of the people involved.
I'm not sure, but Deanna McBride, he keeps people in his roster if they like click.
Yeah.
That's why like fucking Walton Goggins is gonna be in his shit like forever now. So I hope he keeps Sean William Scott because God, he's so fucking good. I remember like he was like he recasted the co-lead of the Lethal Weapon TV series after that guy got canceled.
That was what I was going to bring up with that whole like that was a weird like, oh shit, this might actually work, and then it just turned into like the biggest disaster in terms of behind the scenes, right? And then and then poor Sean William Scott came in to like try and make it keep going, and then like they did one more season with just him, and it sucked. Like,
yeah. Well, it actually ended because Damon Wayans was like, I am getting officially too fucking old for this shit. I'm done.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if that show started with Sean William Scott as the co-lead and Damon Wayans, I would have watched that.
Yeah, it might have worked. Although it just seems like that there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, that sounds like a really tough show to have worked on.
Yeah, it seems like no one had a good time. Um, and not saying who's to
Hmm.
blame exactly, but maybe Martin Riggs is like a cursed character,
I mean,
you know?
maybe. Yeah.
Like,
It's like, you know what? Just don't touch those.
yeah,
Don't touch that franchise anymore. Do your Lethal Weapon ripoffs. You used to do them all the time, anyways.
yeah,
So
just do something, whatever.
yeah,
But
Shane Black ripped off Lethal Weapon, and he wrote Lethal
yeah,
Weapon. So like, you
Shane
can
Black has
do
written
it.
the same movie like 7 times and it's worked. So
Yeah.
don't
So
worry.
everyone just make your own Lethal Weapon. That's the story here.
I'm gonna say this: the
But the
plane,
story for
the
Final Destination.
one of the thing about the first Final Destination though is that the plane crash in the opening is like one of the best plane crash sequences of all time. Like, it's one where like I feel like you could almost cite it as being like this is how you do a plane crash in a movie. I feel like this is something that slowly fades from the franchise. I feel like for a while you could kind of be like that's how you do that type of horror kind of like thriller sequence, right?
Hmm.
And then by the time you get to like the Final Destination, it's like no, no, that's not really that good. But
No, I mean, well, like the plane, it's not even really a crash. It's just kind of like an explosion midair. But like how it's shot is so effective with them like getting dragged off the plane. It's just that static shot of them like all yelling and fighting
but
in the lobby of the airport.
I'm talking before that though when he has the vision, when he has
Oh,
the
okay, yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
when he has the they're on the plane, which does feel like the it's just it feels like how it would happen, right? Like it really just does. The
You know what it is? It feels like your worst nightmare of what would happen
Yeah,
on a fucking plane
the
explosion if
only
you were
part of
in
it
it.
that maybe crosses the line like a little bit is the like the side tearing open and we see a couple people get sucked out. Like that feels like it feels like a plane crash would maybe happen a little quicker than that. Like the majority of them. I'm not saying that's never happened, obviously, but
Mhm.
even then, the way they execute it, it does feel like they're taking off. It's like, oh, it's a little shaky, haha. Oh, that the shaking's not stopping. It's a little weird. And they even like they do it really well. This has always been my thing. Like when I did get freaked out on plane, I would look at the flight attendants and stuff and be like, if they're not freaked out, maybe everything's fine, Um,
Mhm.
because like and they do a good couple of cuts to the flight attendants being like, "Oh, look at the passengers, they're freaked out," but like we've been through this, it's nothing. And then you can slowly see them start to realize it's worse than they think it is, which I think is really effective in a slightly subtle way. Um,
Mhm.
and is that I was thinking about this watching it. You have to imagine anytime a plane has ever crashed, there had to have been at least one person on it where that was their biggest fear.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's horrifying to think about.
Mhm.
And we're in this era where like planes just keep falling out of the fucking sky.
Yeah, like you're saying, like you're done with planes. Like I'm definitely done with planes for a while, because we need to fix shit, and it looks like people are just gonna be cutting corners for profit for a while for
Yeah,
the foreseeable future. So,
yeah. There's a lot of problems. I actually remember going back to the History Channel. This is going back like 15 years. They did like a special that was basically about like America post-war built all this great infrastructure. We're at the point where we have to rebuild all of it. Like, they all had a finite amount of time to last, right? And we've basically hit
mhm,
that breaking point, and no one is bothering to fix huge chunks of our infrastructure. So that's a problem. I'm getting on a
mhm.
train in about a week, by the way. So,
Oh, cool.
which they haven't done a train in these movies, in terms of the major accident, right? Which seems a little
No,
surprising.
I don't think so.
The
Yeah.
spoilers for Bloodlines, but it is a train does factor into it fairly importantly at the end. But
Mhm.
they've never done a like, oh, they're people on a train for the big vision scene. Although that's also at three ends, but that's a subway, so that's a little different.
Yeah,
Uh,
which we'll talk about, but wasn't in the initial movie.
yeah, that movie's got a weird production. Um,
Mhm.
who else is in this
Well,
fucking movie?
we have to mention, and we're gonna talk about him a lot, I'm sure. But Tony Todd as William
Yep.
Bloodworth, the great Tony Todd, who is no longer with us.
Yeah.
who is in 4 out of 6 of the movies. Well,
Yeah,
no, he's in 5 out of 6. Excuse me, he's a voice in
yeah,
3.
he has a voice in the third one. That's the one where like I don't know why he's not. I don't know why they were like, you know who we don't need, Tony Todd. Like I don't know who made
Yeah.
that call. Uh, maybe it was a. I know that when they do the third one, the guy who developed the series, one of the main writers, is no longer involved by that point, but still gets a character credit, right? Even though
Hmm.
it feels like maybe the cutting out of Tony Todd was trying to cut that guy out of royalties a little bit, right? Like,
Oh, maybe.
I've
Yeah.
knocked my mic over like 3 times, so you might hear that on the recording. I apologize. Um,
Okay. All right.
so I got to keep it balanced in a weird way. Yeah, probably my introduction to Tony Todd. Horror icon Tony Todd.
I think so too for me. Like I'm looking through his filmography. Yeah, I definitely don't see Candyman before this.
Yeah,
Oh, you
Candyman's.
know what? The Rock. The Rock is my introduction to him.
You're right. Yeah, you're probably right. He's on. He does a couple episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and he had a career. Oh, he was the Vortigots in the Half-Life games. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, he had a hell of a career. But this is probably my introduction to him. Um, and then like yeah, he becomes a horror icon. They interview him in that great documentary Horror Noir about black horror. And he does talk about like the double-edged sword of playing someone like Candyman, right? Of just like it's
Mm-hmm.
great, like it's an iconic, but now like I'm Candyman forever, you know? And it's true.
Yeah.
He is Candyman forever. Like it's
Yeah.
um and it's a shame we
Um.
just lost him like within like 6 months, right? He died fairly recently. Um
I think he died like last September, October.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, really, really sad.
Uh,
And I heard he's just like he was one of the greatest guys. Friend of the show, Eric Lawrence, who is wrapping production on a feature film they shot on a ham sandwich budget. Good luck on completing that. I can't wait to see it, buddy. But they got to work with Tony Todd, like kind of helping out at like one of the conventions, and I guess like Tony was just hyping him up whenever he was like talking to other people who were there to meet him, right, as Tony Todd. And he was like, "Oh, you guys got to keep an eye out for this Eric Lawrence here. He's gonna be a big director someday." And just like
that's
you
so
didn't have to
cool.
say, you didn't have to do
That's
that,
really cool.
like yeah. And I've just heard a bunch of stories about that, like from him, just how nothing but class, a gentleman, and a towering horror icon.
Because like
Goddamn, I
when is
what a fucking legend.
when does he? Because I think he actually when is Candyman? Let me check real quick. Candyman's like 93, right? Uh,
Early '90s for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, it might just be 90.
Candy is 92.
Okay.
But he also this is something where I think only horror fans. He does the Night of the Living Dead remake in 1990. He's the
That's
lead
right.
of that.
Yes.
Kind of an underrated movie. It's
Yeah.
like a totally like serviceable remake. I think it's just one of those where it's like the original's a classic, so people are like sacrilege, you know.
Hmm.
And is that did fucking Tom Savini direct that movie?
Yep.
Yeah,
I
it's
think that's his debut directing job.
yeah. Did he direct anything else?
Oh, you know what? No, I don't think he did.
Yeah, I think I
Oh,
that
okay.
that had a really like negative reception when it came out. That people were like, "This is sacrilegious," even though Romero did it, like he produced it, right? He didn't.
Hmm.
It
I,
wasn't
I
a.
I think it's basically the same script, so I don't know if he just gets complete screenplay credit for that. But I remember him like having the screenplay credit, so maybe at the very least he like rewrote some of it.
He's got a producer
You know,
credit on
because
it, and he got blamed for it. Fucking Romero. Like I remember that you can actually find whatever 1990. So the Siskel and Ebert worst of 1990. Ebert picked it as one of the worst movies of the year, and was like
oof.
Romero, like what is he thinking? He like the first one's a classic. Why did he bastardize his own movie, which I think is Ebert's words.
Mm.
And that movie does have a very like it's interesting. It's one of those like it's kind of Romero reflecting in terms of the script, reflecting on what's changed since the release of the original Night of the Living Dead, right? Because it has
Hmm.
it has a slightly different ending, and the female protagonist is very different in the remake than in the original, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But I think that was his first horror film. So like that's how he kind of gets into the horror genre. And then he's Candyman like 2 years later. And then post Candyman is when you start seeing him do like he does the sequels, he does Beastmaster 3, he does he's in Wishmaster for like a cameo. Wishmaster, the first Wishmaster has that thing of like there's like 20 classic horror guys are in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like Angus Scrimm is the narrator, the tall man from fucking like the Phantasm films. Ted Raimi's like the first dude that dies in it. Kane Hodder is in it, right?
Damn.
That was a
Yeah.
really weird. You could tell they were trying to be like the Wishmaster is the newest villain. Like this is like it was very much a like we're going. This guy is now part of the pantheon of slashers, right? He's up there with Freddy Krueger, you know, and it feels like part of that
Yeah.
was to bring in all these other horror guys because Robert Englund's in it as well. And
Mm-hmm.
it feels like a lot of that was an
Craven
attempt.
produced it, right?
Yeah, he produced it, and his name's above the title. And it just feels like a big part of it was they were trying to like be like, let's, when we made Nightmare on Elm Street, we weren't intending Freddy Krueger to be this icon, but now it's the 90s and we can kind of build these things from scratch. And there are, Wishmaster sequels, but it's I don't think Wishmaster has had the greatest legacy compared to other franchises, right?
No, it hasn't. And like I kind of get why, but
Do you know who directed? Do you know who directed Wishmaster?
I have no idea. It's gonna be someone I know, isn't it?
I don't know. It's Robert Kurtzman, but not that Robert Kurtzman or whatever. um,
Mm-hmm.
it was a guy who did like all the makeup effects on like a lot of the Nightmare on Elm Street and the I think even the Halloween films.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he ever. I'm trying to see what else he directed. He did The Demolitionist, which is a movie no one remembers. I think they used to air that
Here,
on the
just
Sci-Fi
more
Channel.
for Tony Todd.
Uh,
He also had like this kind of legendary run in TV. Here's how fucking packed and busy TV was when shows would have more than 20 episodes per season. Tony Todd plays two separate characters in 24, a show that was like obligated to have 24 episodes per season.
I miss when that happened.
Yeah, me too. 24 had this let's call it a problem when they would have like actors from the Middle East come in and they would maybe have
Why?
them
What would
play
happen?
nameless terrorists in several seasons. Oh, did I lose you?
No, I was letting you talk.
Oh, okay, yeah. And they were heavily criticized for that. I will give them credit. They tried to like make nice with it, and they tried to like not fall into those tropes as much. So some seasons end with like, oh, it's actually like white like oil tycoons behind the bombing or whatever
Yeah.
to like raise stocks and whatever, like, try to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah.
But it was just funny. Like, oh, it's Tony Todd in season 3 of 24. How crazy. Oh, he's only in an episode. That's weird. He comes back in like season 7 in like the television movie that like connects two separate seasons as like this African warlord who like attacks the White House. And that show was insane. But
I'm looking though. The other
yeah,
fun thing
then
is he's on Star Trek, right, as Kern. He has like a couple appearances, but he also played adult Jake Sisko in an episode, and a completely different guy on Voyager. So like they did that a lot.
Yeah, Star Trek did that so much. I love that.
What's Reanimator? What's Herbert West's name? The actor. Jeffrey Combs.
Thank you. Yes.
Jeffrey Combs plays like 5 people on Deep Space Nine. They just kept having him play different guys.
Yeah, God bless him.
And then also the other one is he did episodes of both Hercules and Xena. He did it looks like he did 3 episodes across both series, and he played 3 individual characters.
Hmm.
So good for him.
Yeah. And of course, DC heads will know that Tony Todd voiced Zoom in season 2 and
Yeah.
a couple guest spots onwards.
And
Fucking terrifying when it's just his voice, I'll be
and
honest.
very recently was Venom in the Spider-Man game.
Yeah, and I believe, like, this is a little sad. I believe he voiced a little disappointment that they basically only used it in, like, 10-20% of his recorded dialogue.
Yeah.
But that sounds like we're going to learn a lot more about how that game was produced.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there was a lot of compromises on the creative
And
side.
unfortunately, that is not uncommon in the video game industry, of voice actors doing a shit ton and then barely getting used.
Yeah. I will say, and then we go back to Final Destination. This was my only Spider-Man thing today. I'll do my best. But I think you can tell the difference in how video games are made narratively between the first Insomniac Spider-Man and the second Insomniac Spider-Man. Miles Morales is its own thing, and it works.
Yeah, there's probably
Look at how those two narratives play out.
Yeah.
And you can tell, like, this feels like this is kind of there for marketing.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I wonder if it was. It was. It was. But that's a whole other conversation I'll have some other time.
Became a problem with just Spider-Man as a franchise in general, because that's basically what happened with 3, right? Like the third movie, of just like, now there's too many eyes on it, and it's like, well, we have to boost toy sales, so we have to put more characters in it. Like, industry sucks.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Tony Todd was in the Indiana Jones video game that people are really loving.
It's so it's like that, and Bloodlines are like his last thing. Like those are both like his last things that he did. Although I think he's going to be on the Devil May Cry show, which I don't even know if that's out yet. Which one of the guys involved in that has had his whole ass out lately. So fuck that show. Yeah, it turns out a guy who worked on those shows, on that show, and then also Castlevania, kind of sucks. So yeah,
that's a shame.
So fuck that guy.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it sucks. But whatever. You know.
Yeah.
Fucking guy sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, was he on,
in terms of Final Destination, though? Let's see what else we got.
I was on the also Tony Todd was on the Kevin Smith Master of the Universe show. As Scareglow.
Maybe I gotta give that a shot.
It's interesting. It's one of those where, like, it upset nerds, so it's kind of interesting.
Okay, yeah. There you go. Green light immediately. Anything in particular you want to mention from this first movie?
I'm trying to think. Just that I do, like, I agree. I think this plays it a lot straighter. I think they get a lot more tension out of things, right? The bus hitting the girl, like, on a comedy beat feels like the precursor of, like, what the type of kills will be later in the franchise, you know?
I want to say that still looks really good, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, compared to some other ones in this same franchise. But, like, in movies in general, you can kind of tell, oh, okay, they're cutting to the wide because of this, you know?
The first 2 especially have a really good mix of practical and digital, right? And I'm not saying the CGI looks perfect, you know? Like, the logs and the log crash of the second one don't exactly look, quote-unquote, real, but they are used effectively, which is what really matters. As opposed to some of the later effects I don't think are as effective in their use.
Yeah, and I mentioned the plane explosion midair in the background of the airport while they're arguing in the lobby, and then the explosion happens and the glass shatters.
Yeah,
that is such a well-directed scene, and it's not even like the highlight of the movie. I think the big highlight is obviously the plane explosion, like from within the cockpit of the plane. Like that's like the technical highlight. Obviously, like it's so well done. But that always stuck out to me as like, oh fuck, like that's really effective. Like it had some weight to it, and it was just so impressive when I first saw it.
Kind of crazy. Again, like just how effective it is, and you have to think about it that this is a really kind of, I'm trying, what's the word? It's a bit of a cerebral setup, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's like death is after these people. What the fuck does that mean? And like, oh, they get like, and they find a way to tell it very well visually before anyone bothers to really explain what's going on. Like Tony Todd kind of comes in to be that guy, right? And even then, he
Yeah, to
doesn't.
make sure the audience is caught up,
Yeah,
basically.
but he doesn't like over explain it, right? And I think that's also like a
Mm-hmm.
very well written scene in terms of dialogue of just it's it is laying out the rules of the series while also being about the nature of fate and death, right? And
Yeah.
that like fine line. And it's just that is something where as much as I like some of the sequels, they never really go there again, right? That this movie
Mm-hmm.
does take moments where it stops and is like, Ali Larter's character is like, my whole life was derailed for over something really stupid. Like, my father thought a guy was playing a prank on him and he got shot, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it's like that derailed her whole life. And she's like, I just think about what if he had had a pack of cigarettes that night and he didn't have to go out, that my whole life wouldn't have changed as a result. And that's one of those things that like when you think about it in life of like things that have happened to you, uh it does break your brain a little bit, right? Of just what
Mm-hmm.
what would have happened if X had or hadn't happened. It also feels like something that M. Night taps into a little bit when you get to something like Signs, right? M. Night takes the
Mm-hmm.
very more holistic, spiritually uplifting approach in Signs, where there are no coincidences, but it's a good thing, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so I just think that's interesting, and that's another kind of post 9/11 movie. Um, they were
Well,
li-
I mean, on that note, because science is not just post 9/11, it's also very faith based
yes,
ideologies going on in that movie, right? And as someone who was raised Catholic and was Catholic until like, right pre pandemic, basically, like that's the last like trail of it in my life. I think Final Destination, that's a great point. Like, it's kind of the inverse of that,
yeah,
where it's scary, where there is like a higher power, and God help you if it has its eyes on you.
yeah, basically.
That's fucking That was terrifying to me. That really got under my skin at a younger age.
Yeah. Uh, Also, I do like the ending. Um, and I think,
I do too, and that looks fucking great too. When the
yeah,
sign swings back.
yeah, no, it's a great like punchline ending of the
Yeah,
franchise. I also I
which
this is
is
something.
also a changed ending, which we'll talk about. It's a
Okay,
recurring thing with this franchise. But
yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask. It feels like after I want to say the third one, they kind of stop with the blink and you'll miss it background references to what's about to happen type thing, right? Uh,
Yeah.
I like the big one. I always think about. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but in the second one, the guy who gets impaled through the eye. Uh, One of the first things you see in that whole sequence is a magnet falls off the fridge, and the magnets that remain on the fridge spell eye. Uh, and it's yeah. They used to do that a lot, and there's the recurring. Um, what's the plane? It's 180
It's
flight.
180.
Yeah,
Yeah.
180. The 180 recurring thing is big in the first two anyway. They keep doing that number,
Mm-hmm.
which is fun. Uh,
I think it's in what else? I think it's in the fifth one or
mm,
the sixth one. I don't remember now. There's so many, especially Bloodlines, which has a lot of references to
yeah,
stuff. But
I've only just
we'll get
seen
there.
Bloodline, so like I can't I can't say for certain because I don't.
Yeah, maybe that's why I can't remember where else I saw the 180.
Mhm.
But a fun fact about the 180: do you know this? One of the producers read the script for this
Mhm.
on an airplane.
Oh, really?
That was Flight 180.
Oh, that's crazy. That would
Yeah, and they were like,
yeah,
like,
that would be something. That should be the
yeah.
setup for one of the fucking movies. Uh,
I know, right? It's like, oh, we got to do a movie based on those Final Destinations, And then, oh no, the making of the movies, how they fucking all die slowly.
why not?
Um, Yeah, there you go. Someone's gonna do that at this point.
Also,
Not just because we said it, but just if we brought it up, someone's thought of it.
do you want to talk about how everyone in this is basically named after a horror icon?
Yeah, that's cute.
Yeah, it's Todd is Todd Browning. Uh, Billy Hitchcock. You'll never guess who he's a reference to. Um, Larry Moreau is
I mean, the
Friedrich
teacher, Val
Wilhelm.
Newton or
Yeah,
Luton.
yeah,
Luton.
yeah. Miss Luton is Val Luton. Blake Dreyer is Carl Theodore Dreyer, who I don't know if I classify him as a horror director exactly, but he did make a horror film. Um,
Yeah.
Agent Shrek is Max Shrek. This is a year before Shrek.
That's right.
Terry
Oh
Cheney's
shoot.
Lon Chaney. Christina Marsh is Friedrich March. Agent Ween is Robert Ween. You know, um, that guy is a horror director, but um, yeah, I mean, there's it's cute. That's fun. Um,
Yeah. You know why? It's not cloying here, I think.
no, um,
I think we've just done enough of that now that we don't need to do that anymore.
oh yeah,
Like
it works a
like
little
to the point
better
where like
when you reference people that are that old as opposed to like guys now who are like, oh, we have to go to the Carpenter estate or something like that. I don't know. It never works when they reference 80s guys, right? Like there's
yeah.
something about
Like I
that.
mean fucking the new Scream movies, the primary leads were Tara and Sam Carpenter,
Yeah.
and I
Eh,
didn't like it in 5, and then I like 6, so it works. But like, stop doing that.
That at least made a little bit of sense in 5 where like there's a whole meta thing of just being like we're doing this to say thank you to Wes Craven, right?
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah. There's a character named Wes who
yeah,
dies horribly,
which is
but
literally just
whatever.
so they can have a scene where a bunch of people say thank you, Wes, including fucking what's his name? Ryan Johnson. It's
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
voice in that scene.
Yeah, yeah, like, but I'll say, like, I've gotten so sick of that to the point where, like, when I did end up watching Night of the Creeps for the first time a couple years back,
Oh
I was
yeah,
like, Jesus,
yeah.
it's not that movie's fault. It was one of the first, but I was like, Jesus
Night of the
Christ.
Creeps is one of those where like if you don't watch it before you're 13, you're gonna hate it. Like you kind of need to see
Yeah,
that one a little early.
yeah,
Um,
and I do like it now. I've really gotten onto its wavelength, and I'm like, God, it would be fun to just make a movie like that, where like, yeah, this is maybe not super exciting, but I bet it'd be super fucking exciting to make,
I think I
So like,
watched.
I'm fine with that.
I think I watched that for the first time on Google Video.
Wow.
When they used to just some people just upload movies like that in their entirety to Google Video. Um,
God, it really was the Wild West in like 2007 or
yeah,
whatever the
and that's how I
fuck.
saw a lot. I saw a lot of horror films, especially of that era. Because I think was Night of the Creeps one of those ones that like you couldn't get on home video for a long time.
I
Um,
think so.
yeah, I think it has. I think it had a weird, and there's like multiple cuts of it too. I think there's like
Yeah, there's a director's cut, and then there's the theatrical cut, which is the fucking the slug jumping out of the dog into the girl's
yeah,
mouth, and the director's cut was supposed to like tease a potential sequel with the slugs going into the grave. It's cool. It looks
yeah,
fun,
and
Like I'd recommend that movie now, frankly, for if you want Halloween vibes. That's a good one.
yeah, it'd be a good Halloween watch.
Yeah,
I also think I saw Bad
not as
Taste
good as
that
Final
way.
Destination.
I think I saw Bad Taste on Google Video too. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah.
which,
I first saw Bad Taste and Meet the Feebles like on YouTube,
yeah,
so which is the way to do it.
yeah, it is kind of you want to watch like a really terrible resolution version of those movies because it'll make you feel sick, especially Meet the Feebles.
Yeah, which is
Watching,
getting like a 4K release.
why not?
Yeah.
But I think
um,
Meet the
I
Feebles. Watching that on, because I think I did a similar thing where I watched it online. That did feel like if you went online and you accidentally stumbled across like some really weird like fetish shit or something. Like that was the vibe of watching Meet the Feebles on YouTube. Like it just felt like, oh, how did I get here? What's going on? Like there's clearly something going on here,
Jesus.
but it is not something I'm into, so I'm just freaked out.
Yeah. One last thing on the first Final Destination, and I do think we have to move on
Yeah,
because there's 5 more movies to talk
it's gonna
about.
ramp
Although we
up.
can kind of speed run these now that
Yeah.
we got like the backstory out of the way.
Mm.
I want to say, uh, director James Wong has this quote where we want to do for planes and air travel what Jaws did for sharks and swimming.
Yeah, I mean, aim high,
Which
man.
I do. Yeah, I do think the movie kind of did, and then unfortunately reality kind of just like, stole its thunder a
Yeah,
little bit.
something scarier happened. So, but
Yeah.
but hey, you couldn't have seen that coming unless you
No,
were
I mean many
Alex.
people didn't.
Did Alex Browning see 9/11 coming?
Um, I'm gonna say yes. I'm going to say yes.
That's so Raven Final Destination.
Wow.
Why not?
Wow.
Let's do it.
Final Destination 2 was not directed by James Wong.
What if the sequel to what if Sully? They did a sequel to Sully, and it was just Final
Whoa.
Destination. It's like Sully Sullenberger, you should not have saved those people.
Holy shit.
Get Hanks back.
That
Clint,
would be incredible.
Get Clint to direct it. Why not? Fuck it.
Yeah. I think he's done at this point, but yes.
There will be some
Get him back for one more.
There'll be some fucking subplot about women lying.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's obsessed with that.
I don't know. I did like Juror number 2 though.
Juror number 2 is great. Clint Eastwood makes good movies. He's just a weird guy.
Yeah. Hey, I even like Sully, even beyond the plane crash scene.
Sully's actually a
but
good
Final
movie.
Destination 2.
Is Clint really done? Is he like officially done? Because I know he's like 1,000. Like, so I'm not gonna hold it against the guy.
Yeah,
but
I don't think it's on him. I think it's just the industry's not gonna let him make anything at this point.
I guess that because he was the Warner Brothers. Like Warner Brothers was kind of his place, right? And yeah,
and they basically dumped Juror number 2.
Yeah, they dumped it. But I don't know. I feel like in this past, not just past year, this past 6 months, it feels like Warner Brothers is doing a big reevaluation of what they are up to.
Here, I have no inside knowledge, and then I do want to mention more stuff about Final Destination 2, directed by David R. Ellis. Him and James Wong kind of play ping pong between directors for the first 4, which I like as a positive for the most part.
David R. Ellis, wasn't he like a second unit director on the first movie or something?
I think so. Let me. I better check this. They're both TV guys.
He was second unit and stunt coordinator.
James Wong was. And James Wong was a TV guy. He's still mostly in TV. We'll talk about him more with Final Destination 3 and why he's maybe not directing movies anymore.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. David R. Ellis, who also did second unit work on the classic Deep Blue Sea, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, The Matrix Reloaded, which is like fucking Jesus Christ, dude.
See, a lot of overlap.
Who also isn't really making movies anymore, though.
Yeah.
His last feature film was Shark Night.
Yeah, he doesn't. James Wong at least has like other good movies.
Oh shit. My bad. Okay, so David R. Ellis died. That's why he's not making movies anymore.
That would do it.
I'm so sorry.
I
did not know that.
I was stalling because I was like, didn't he die? I was trying to remember. He didn't have the most successful directing career, unfortunately. This is kind of his best movie.
I like Cellular.
You know what? I only saw Cellular once.
It's a solid little thriller for the mid 2000s. It's one of the better ones.
It's written by Larry Cohen.
You would like it.
Okay,
I think everyone should like watch that to see like, oh yeah, this is like a 5-star, 3-star movie.
But he also does Snakes on a Plane, which is not good, which is a terrible film. Like that's one of those ones where it really should have like accidentally been a little better. Maybe the only good thing in it is Kenan Thompson being able to land the plane because he played a PSP.
You could remake that movie and like make it schlockier and more fun. I think like that's a movie you could totally do something.
Yeah,
with.
I don't know what went wrong.
I don't know. But Final
You know what?
Destination 2, this movie starts as a masterpiece.
I here's the thing. This might be my favorite of the franchise. Uh,
Yeah.
this the only issue is, in my opinion, is there aren't a lot of twists and turns in terms of this actually becomes a recurring problem. The first movie sets up that you can get skipped, right? That you can
Mm-hmm.
avoid your death through intervention of someone else, but then it will skip to the next person, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works. Um, they don't really do that too often post the first movie. This is
No,
one
and
where once we know the order, it basically doesn't change. And no one person avoids their fate, and it's basically an accident. Um, and it's mostly just an excuse to kind of fuck with the audience.
mm-hmm.
But this is I'm trying to think of a good comparison. This is like going from Castlevania 3 to Castlevania 4.
Okay.
Do with that what you will.
All
No,
right.
Castlevania 3 is a lot harder, it's a lot more challenging, and it's got a lot more complicated mechanics to it that require strategy. Castlevania 4 is a much more like linear, straightforward game that the average person can play through. It's probably one of the easier Castlevania games, right? And
Mm-hmm.
some people criticize Castlevania. Some people will hold Castlevania 4 up as the best Castlevania game. Others will criticize it for being one of the easier ones. And I think Final Destination 2 is a very like it's the first movie but streamlined, right? It's very much
Mm-hmm.
a set them up, knock them down type movie. And they a lot of the more nuance and themes of the first movie are just kind of abandoned here. That being said, I think it's just it's an incredibly effective movie because I don't think there's a
Yeah.
I don't I think pretty much every sequence in this works, which you can't usually say about the other Final Destination films.
Yeah. I was gonna mention some stuff from the original ending to the first film, but you know what? I'm actually gonna hold that for 3 because
Okay.
that has a reshot ending, and I think they explain the methodology of the franchise in a way.
Mm.
Um, yeah, Final Destination 2, what they did for planes in the first movie before 9/11 stole their thunder. Final Destination 2 absolutely did don't drive too close behind a fucking log truck
Yeah.
or any big truck basically. Like people are still like, "Oh, I don't get too close to those." Even if they've never seen Final Destination.
Mm.
Like it totally did what sharks were for Jaws or what Jaws was for sharks. This is like the iconic film in a lot of ways to
No,
me
no.
for the franchise.
Is there a better
Um,
car pileup sequence in films that isn't like the Blues Brothers where it's fucking ridiculous?
yeah, or it would be like Fury Road, which is like obviously very
Yeah, like
different,
once you get
but
into like that
yeah,
territory, it's like, yeah, that's like a whole other thing. Um,
yeah.
the closest I can think is like,
Bad Boys 2 genuinely has a pretty good one, but
but
no, it's
that's
Final Destination
but
2.
that's like destroying a town, and it's also a
Yeah.
ripoff of the sequence from Police Story. Uh,
No, no,
but
no, no. I mean, yes, but I mean the Miami chase,
oh
the Miami
right,
car chase that
yeah,
goes on for like 15 minutes.
that's a pretty close one. It does feel like Bay might have seen Final Destination 2. Although when is Bad Boys 2? Is that same
No,
year?
same year,
Yeah,
same
all
year.
right, never mind. I'll
Yeah.
give Bay some credit because I actually wasn't like saying that to ding Bay. I was just being like, I could see Bay watching this and being like, you know what would be fun if we did that in an action scene. Like that just seems like an attitude he might have. But
Yeah.
no, yeah, the log truck is amazing in this movie. Um, one of the just it's just absurd, but it's really fucking awesome, honestly. It's just like really crazy.
hmm
I also do like this is a very good sequence to study in terms of like editing and continuity because no one really gives a shit. It doesn't really make any sense that this is what would happen if there was a pileup like this, right? Like car accidents do
hmm
not play out like this, you know? Uh people just, a car accident, when pileups happen, it's very quick, right? There isn't,
Yeah.
no pileup lasts 5 minutes. Like,
No, the closest thing to this in reality are those videos of people like trapped on the freeways or the highways in a blizzard,
yeah.
and they physically can't see fast enough to stop their cars
Yeah.
from like causing a pileup. That's
And
the
those
only thing close to this, and
and
people
those
don't die to
accidents
this
are
degree.
people like driving under like 20 miles per hour, like to just keep hitting each other. Like it's never a like
Yeah.
a pile up like this, but you never lose like you never feel like it never crosses that line, right? Of just
Hmm.
like without being like it's not grounded, it's not like super realistic, but it never crossed that line of just like, wow, this is ridiculous that this is what this is what this has spiraled into. I think the disaster in Bloodlines has that quality, frankly, in a good way. I think the Bloodlines opening disaster is absurd in a really fun way of just like, how does this keep getting worse? How does it
Yeah.
keep going crazier like this? Um, Whereas also here's something I'm not sure if I can say this for certain. Do all the deaths in the pile up kind of foreshadow the how everyone dies in in their individual deaths, right? I feel like there's a little bit of that here.
I think so. Who's the guy who gets the fire ladder into the eye?
Yeah,
How does he die in the car
he
accident?
hits he hits the gas thing of a truck. He hits like underneath it and explodes, but he lives, and you see him pinned as he's burning alive. And then another truck crashes through him and comes at our protagonist, right?
Hmm.
I'm not saying it's like a 1-to-1 thing, but he does escape a fire, right? And
Yeah.
then he does get taken out by something else.
Hmm.
The one girl who
Yeah,
gets the
that's the most like subversive they get with like the death sequences.
Yeah, the one girl who gets the pole through the head, it's in a car, it's in her car, it's the same car, and she hits a
Hmm.
log and like flips, right?
Yeah.
I do think there's something to the trying to hit the brakes and being unable to that get the mother and son killed. That is similar to her trying to get out of the elevator, and getting the hooked hand guy. That's a weird thing that happens. Um,
Yeah.
the only one that maybe doesn't fit that I can't make is the teacher on the motorcycle, who just kind of gets pinned. But he does end up, he has a similar thing where he gets hurt and is in a hospital bed for a long time before he's actually killed, right? Um,
Hmm.
he's got a whole thing going on. Uh,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I think there was some overlap there that I thought was kind of interesting.
No, no, I think you're right. Yeah.
And like I said,
And
I do
that is
like,
something they kind of like veer away from with the rest of the
yeah.
franchise in terms of that like heightened reality.
I also do. I just like the calling that we're not doing the first movie again with setting up these teenage characters, and they're literally doing like, we're going to spring break, we're gonna fuck women, look at those tits, like all that shit. They're doing drugs. They're set up, and then they all get killed in like one moment. Like they survive the crash, and then all immediately die. Uh,
Yeah.
I just like that. That's kind of audacious for these type of movies because we spend a good amount of time with them where it's just like, oh, these will be our protagonists in a way that all the subsequent films do, right? Where you spend
Hmm.
a long time. The third one slightly does something different where we do spend a lot of time with four characters similar to this opening, and then two of them do get killed fairly early on. So it's like a friend group. They know the idea of like having a friend group that is shattered in a way, right? That's another
Hmm.
strength of the first movie is the whole like a lot of the people have the survivor's guilt problem of like the Miss Luton, she sent the French teacher back onto the plane. And I got it that I can't. I'm gonna keep going back to how effective that first movie is. Of just
Yeah.
it does play out in a way like it's so casual, right? Of just being like, no, you go back on the plane. Who cares? Like, we need one teacher. You know the French stuff. Go on the plane. And the one teacher just goes back on being like, fine, I'll do it. Like, he's not even upset. Like, he offered to stay, but he's not upset that he's asked to go. So, like, you're right. That's a good idea. And it does feel like a really like in a drama film that would be like a really sad thing to hang over your head of just being like, yeah, I sent him onto the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And then Todd has his brother who was like, hey, go check on him. And he's like, right. And he got off the plane, and his brother was on it and died. And shout out to the French teacher in that movie, by the way. That guy's only in like that first like 10 minutes of the movie, and he just mostly speaks French. He has one line in English, basically. Uh, and I don't know, that actor is like super charismatic. I don't think I saw him in anything else after this movie, but he has like a great vibe to him. I don't know what it is.
It's the rare French win.
No, but he's not
You
French.
know,
He's just the French teacher.
it's tangential. It's
All right, all
tangential.
right. All my French teachers were
Tangentially
assholes,
French.
so I guess you're right.
Yeah. You know what? No, I had a French teacher in middle school that was nice.
Yeah, all mine were
And not just because
assholes.
they were my friend's mom.
I'm glad
No.
they were nice to you, but all mine were assholes.
Yeah.
Um, Now, also, I was terrible at French, and they seem to resent that. But I'm also like, dude, I'm trying to learn algebra 2 on top of this. I'm not going to fucking learn another language if I have to do algebra 2. Uh, but,
Yeah. You know, the more we're talking about it, like, I do kind of want to keep talking about that first movie. Like, I'll say, I have been telling people Final Destination 2 is my favorite. I don't know if that's the case.
one is a lot
Like
closer
now.
than people give it credit for, is what I will say.
Yeah. I think the thing is, my favorite movies and franchises tend to be the ones I could like talk about the most.
Mm.
So maybe it is one. I don't want to plant my flag on either of these two, but it is a fight between these two,
Yeah.
basically.
This is the just much more like well-oiled machine version of Final Destination. Like it is just this is a gag a minute movie. It's just we're just gonna run the gauntlet of the plot. It's not as deep. It's not as
Yeah.
engaging. It's not as much about trauma and getting over things. There's a little bit of that here, but it's not as deep as the first one. But in terms of the effectiveness of it, it is a slightly more effective movie. Um, and
Yeah.
I also I do really appreciate. It feels like uh, I like the twist that these people all are somehow connected to Flight 180. That they should be dead, but because of the events of Final Destination 1, they all cheated death, right?
Mhm.
And so that's why it's being caught up, and that's why they're all dying backwards in this way. In terms of it's it's like death is tying up loose ends, seems to be like the subtextual element of it. But I also think the backwards thing is there for two reasons. One, it's to get the teenagers out of the way really quick, and two, I think it is to distract you from the fact that we never see the pregnant woman die in the pileup. I think that when you get hit with that, when you get hit with the surprise of, oh, it's going to go backwards this time instead of in order, uh, I think that I think it's partly to obfuscate that twist, the third act twist of, oh, it turns out she had nothing to do with any of this.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what else I want to mention here.
Well, this is definitely a gorier film, and this is an early like holy fuck, like I'm not watching that films this violent um before this. Like I was definitely watching more violent films than a kid my age should have been, but this is a like definitely much more of a visceral like holy fuck, this is disturbing violent, and probably primes me for getting into like South Korean revenge films and you
Oh
know
God, that makes so much sense now.
yeah. This is why I get into Tartan Asian Extreme, like that whole brand of DVD. Um,
Mhm.
like this is priming me for it. And it definitely started a couple years where I was a bit of a gorehound, right? Like I was definitely like seeking out movies that I knew would be more fucked up, right? Uh,
Mhm.
I don't know what the breaking point was where I watched something and was just like, oh, this is upsetting. Um, I honestly think what really changed my like gore obsession was watching something like Dogville, which isn't gory but is like more just viscerally violent, like in terms of the subject matter, right? Uh,
Mhm.
that's just it's a different type of violence. So yeah, Peck and Paul probably also did it too, when you're watching like The Wild Bunch, and then you go to Straw Dogs, and It has one of like the most upsetting assault sequences in any film. Um,
Yeah. Did I ever tell you I saw the remake before I saw the original of Straw Dogs?
oh God, why?
Well, because a friend wanted to watch it, and well, we're not friends anymore. Fuck him. But like,
Hey, yeah,
I
that
just
there's a red flag right there.
yeah, yeah. So we watch it, and I was like, that was fucking awful.
Hmm.
Like, that's one of the worst movies like ever.
It's one of the worst movies ever made, and there's really no reason to remake it, right? Uh,
Yeah, because like the reason that first movie works, like it's not just like really masterfully made, because it's such a repulsive film to experience, like to its core. Where like I don't want to rewatch that anyways,
oh, it's
despite how well made it is.
I think I got the
But like,
Criterion release of Straw Dogs. Um, I bought it whenever there was like a Criterion sale, and it has sat unwatched since my purchase. Like it is one of those where I'm gonna need to be in a mood to be like, okay, I'm gonna watch this.
yeah, that's valid. But yeah. Anyways, like yeah, that movie's fucking
Yeah,
rough. It's dog shit. That's a dog shit
yeah.
movie.
The remake
Um,
of Straw Dogs it's one of those like it's just one of those like why did they do it, right? Um,
yeah. Like I
I
won't say it's like up to the caliber of The Godfather for me or something like that, but I would have the same question. I have the same question for why would you remake that as I would if someone had remade The Godfather.
yeah, it's
You
also
know?
but it's also like if you would do like we're gonna do Clockwork Orange again, right? Of
Yeah,
like
that's a better example.
which is
Yeah.
same year. I think the other reason I'm saying that's the same year as Straw Dogs. Um,
Hmm.
and it's just like Clockwork Orange had its moment, right? Both these movies are still masterpieces, but there is something about like we have moved on that now we discuss these things in different ways, right? Like
Yeah.
it would be like doing Taxi Driver, like a remake of Taxi Driver, right? Taxi Driver is a masterpiece. And there have been
Hmm.
iterations on Taxi Driver that have worked, but if you just did Taxi Driver again, it wouldn't make any fucking sense and it would just be creepy and weird. Like,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. The closest you get is You Were Never Really Here, which is an incredible motion picture.
that's the one you're gonna jump to? I like that movie,
No, I
but
just really. I was gonna say, like that's why Joker doesn't work, but I didn't want to just keep like hammering that down.
yeah.
So my brain was like, Joaquin Phoenix. What else? You were never really here.
It's why Super does work.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we just
So
talked about James Gunn.
got him. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, Straw Dogs. That's a movie that well, I what I can't believe I watched that when I watched that. I watched that when I was like fucking 14. I mean,
That's insane.
yeah.
That's fucking
Look,
insane.
man,
Oh
I
my
the
god, dude.
moment I took over the my cat is now crying next to my microphone
No,
again.
it's okay. I thought I heard something on the roof and I forgot there's a family of possums. So like I
No,
don't know if you
no.
heard me pause for a second, but there's just like these little guys scampering around and I'm like,
We get
please
that
don't try to
too.
get in.
But the moment I
Yeah.
took over the Netflix DVD by mail account because my family was no longer really using it, I just any movie that I had heard about, I was like, I'll watch it. Why not? And then it would just, Dogville just came in the mail one day, and I was just like, I've heard this is good. I didn't know a thing about Dogville when I put that DVD in. I didn't know a fucking thing about that movie.
God damn,
And,
dude.
and I just sit down and watch 3 hours of Dogville in my living room. I probably put it.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I that is a type of cinema watching that I've just completely I no longer relate to. I kind of miss it
Yeah.
because there were a lot of fun surprises, but it was also like holy fuck, you would put a movie on and it would ruin your fucking day. And
Yeah. You know what? I just never have been into that approach to watching movies. Like I guess I'm like overly sensitized to certain types of violence, I guess too, but like
you mean you never
Final
like
Destination and like Saw, like in terms of the violence and definitely like sexual violence, which
yeah.
is what we're referring to in Straw Dogs specifically. Um, like it's hard for me to get through that stuff. No matter how good your movie is, I'm not gonna ding
No,
points or
no,
anything
no.
like that.
Those
Obviously, that's not what I'm saying, but
That's
it's just
always
yeah,
been an issue for me as well. Like even though I saw those movies, it wasn't like I watched them and went like, fuck yeah. Like, I'm not like sitting here
yeah,
being like,
yeah,
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 this is transgressive in a way. Like I did find movies that did have that transgressive quality, but like yeah, it was just a, I don't know. I think there was a time in my life where I was like, I do kind of want extreme movies without engaging in them in a way where I was like, the extreme nature of it is awesome, right? That
Mm-hmm.
was not. I think I did like the shock value, and I did like um the I liked it. This might sound, I don't know, kind of like patting on the back. I liked getting challenged like that back then. Of just like, I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
walk away. You walk away from Straw Dogs and you don't really know how to feel the first time you watch it, right? Like
Yeah.
you watch something like that and you go like, what? Like that's the end of this movie. Like that's where this goes. And that's what a movie like that should invoke. You know what I realized? You know what finally stopped me? Um,
Was it like Solo or something?
No, it was a Serbian film, and I didn't
Oh
even.
yeah, where you're just like,
I did
this is
not.
the like that's a terrible movie.
Well, here's the thing: it's a Serbian film and Human Centipede. When those
Mm.
were both big, which is kind of around the same time, I did not watch them. Uh, I heard what they were, and I was just like, I'm good. Like I didn't need. I finally had a moment where I was like, I really don't need to see that, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
got what I needed out of it reading what happens in it. And that kind of
Yeah.
broke me from seeking out insane movies. Now I still like insane movies, but I just don't. I'm just not a.
You've
It's
got lines.
yeah. I wouldn't even say I have lines. It's just I'm no longer am like seeking it out. Like I just go like, if I put on a movie and it ends up being fucked up, but it's a good movie, I'm gonna vibe with it. I've built up the muscle to vibe with it, but it is not the like, oh man, like if someone tries to pitch me a movie by being like, you're not gonna believe how fucked up it is, that's not gonna get me to see the movie anymore. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
I need
And
a little
I
more.
think I've never really had that, mostly just because of my sensitive viewing
Yeah.
habits when I was younger and lateness to horror.
Mm.
Like Final Destination, like Saw and like Alien were like the furthest I'd go, and obviously, in hindsight, it's like, yeah, not tame, but not like
Yeah.
the extremities that are available like at our fingertips now. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably I probably hit the bits I needed to with those at the time. Um, and then you get something like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is like hyped up as like the most violent shit ever, and you watch it, and it's like fucking horrific, but it's not grisly. It's
It
not.
it's not,
Final
but it's
Destination 2 is more violent than Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre has always like gotten me though. Like it has
No, no, no.
always
Yes,
upset
yes,
me
100%.
in
But
like
I
different
mean, just like in terms of the
ways.
gore, I guess.
In like different ways too. Like that's a movie where like when I watch it like at different years of my life, it gets me differently. Um,
Hmm.
but hey, like I said, going back to my introduction to this, I'm like 10, 11 years old when I'm watching Final Destination and Wrong Turn and Scream and all the other slasher films. Like this is like by fifth grade, I have seen all the slasher movies, right?
Hmm.
Like I've seen all the canonical slasher films, and it you get primed for certain types of movies when you watch stuff like this, uh,
Hmm.
and you even start going like, certain movies are weak, like they're not as fucked up and violent as this, and then you come, as you get older and more mature, you come to appreciate suspense a little bit better. Uh, but this is one of the early ones of like, oh, this is really pushing a boundary in terms of the violence. For me, I remember that the ladder going through the guy's eye, um, which is a early like
I remember
CG.
the trailer.
Oh yeah, this played a lot where they show that clip of it coming down and stopping before his eye. That was in a lot of the trailers. Uh,
Hmm.
yeah, this was. I just remember a lot of people saying like we disturb Death's design. I remember that being said in a lot of the trailers. Uh, but um, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's very totemic for me. These first two, especially.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's lean, it's mean. It's got a great final gag which
which
tends to be the thing that these movies start leaning on
yeah,
after
well,
this.
that's the classic. This again, a lot of slasher movies have this problem where a lot of the sequels end up aping the second or third movie more than the original, right? Like there's something
Mm-hmm.
about the second one or third one is usually the one that actually solidifies here's what the series is. I mean, uh, Friday the 13th, basically, it's the third one that solidifies it. Nightmare on Elm Street, it's the
Fucking
third
Halloween
one.
2.
What was that?
I'll even say that.
Well, I didn't hear what you said.
Even like Halloween 2, like
Yeah,
everyone
Halloween.
says they're honoring the original, but they're really doing Halloween
Yeah,
2.
everyone's doing Halloween too, basically. Even the recent ones are much closer to the
Yeah.
Halloween sequels than the original Halloween, even though that 2018 one, or whatever year that was, is so indebted to Halloween, the original. Um, but yeah, the second one becomes the formula, the meta that everyone's playing off of, right? Also, I gotta say,
Hmm.
the final gag of the movie makes zero sense.
Sure, but
Like, because
it's fun.
one, this is something they've actually never really gone into, in my opinion. The It's something that they could mine for more sequels. They've started bringing it up of the like people who die who weren't going to die as a result, right? Like,
Hmm.
there's been a couple deaths that would not have happened had the people just died the way they were supposed to, right? That's happened a few times in these movies. Uh, that kid who blows up in the end of this movie, uh, getting pulled out of the way of the van, it doesn't make sense to be like, oh, he would have gotten hit by that van if that guy hadn't have been there, right? There never would have been a van there if everyone had died, right? First, there's that
Hmm.
element of it. Then, why are they having a picnic with these people?
Why not?
They they borrowed the
Because they
car after
survived.
because they borrowed their car after one friend got impaled through the head, the other got chopped into like six pieces by a flying barbed wire fence, and another just got stabbed through the chest and had to be taken to the hospital. Like, it's like, oh yeah, definitely come over for a picnic. Why not? It doesn't make any sense, but they needed it there so they could have the gag at the very end. Oh.
Hmm.
Which is fine. Who cares?
Yeah.
But I just think it's funny how little sense it actually makes.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know if this one had a reshot ending,
Hmm.
but I know for sure the first and third one do.
Yeah, and this is the
So
only
can I get
one
to
with a happy ending, isn't it? Like in
quote
terms of
unquote?
yeah, like the kid blows up,
Yeah, the kid
obviously,
fucking
but
dies in front of his
but
parents.
our leads got away. Like that's another
Yeah.
crazy thing is that this one finally gives you like here's how to beat death. That's what this movie gives you, right? It gives you, and then
Hmm.
that seems to go unacknowledged until Bloodlines,
Yeah.
which I think becomes a problem.
Yes, and there was another way in the original film,
Hmm.
uh, which I'll just mention right now as we move into Final Destination 3. So Ali Larter's character um, was supposed to get pregnant. There was supposed to
Hmm.
be a sex scene. I don't remember if it was filmed or not between Ali Larter and Devon
Sawa.
Sawa's characters. And he was gonna die when he's rescuing her, and he does rescue her successfully in the car. But then he was supposed to die there, and then it was supposed to be her and that asshole who you end up kind of liking by the end of it.
Mm.
Where they celebrate in Paris, and it was gonna be revealed like she's gonna stand up from a table, and she was gonna be like 9 months pregnant, and that was gonna like solidify that she's safe because they've now brought life.
Hmm.
So like that was gonna cancel out deaths like chasing her.
Huh.
And I guess test audiences didn't like that because it's like more cerebral of an ending. James Wong talked about.
Yeah.
Like I saw an interview with him.
I
He
will
was
be
talking
honest.
about it, and
That's it's interesting, but there is a truth that it wouldn't have been a very satisfying ending, in my opinion.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like these movies. There is like this sort of cerebral idea, like existential idea about like death chasing you, and like, are you really living? How long can you be like? How can you live like that? You know, what point is like survival, not living. But because of the function of a slasher film, it's like they kind of do have to just go for the gag at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
you know? Which is maybe the cruelest fate possible for
It is funny
fiction,
though to think
you
about it,
know?
where it's like that was the original intended ending, and then they were like flirting with that idea for so long about like, well, what happens if someone's pregnant, right, and gives birth,
Mm-hmm.
and also, and it's something that they don't actually tap into until Bloodlines. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's just funny to me that like it took them that long to be like, okay, let's actually do something with this. Um,
Yeah. And you can kind of feel that with the pregnant character in Final Destination 2 for a second. It's like,
yeah, but she ends
you
up
know,
being a
it's like,
fake
okay,
out. It's a good fake out, but she ends up
yeah,
being a
yeah.
fake out.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah, but to me that feels like, okay, let's utilize that pregnant idea as a red herring.
mm.
You know, it's like you think it's one thing, it's actually gonna be another. And it's like, oh, it turns out it's not even important. Like, okay, so then people stop thinking about that, and then you're right until Bloodlines. Final Destination 3 also had a reshot ending
We'll talk about
because
that.
people.
What about the kid getting crushed by the plate glass window in the second one?
Yeah,
That's that's
that's one of the meanest things I've ever seen in a
it's
mainstream Hollywood movie.
it's insanely mean, but don't fuck with pigeons, idiot. And
Yeah, I agree.
these movies, I will say the first few really do find a really good balance to make you not feel miserable when people who really don't deserve to die die. Like
Hmm.
you're not sitting there like cheering, right? Like I think that's another
Hmm.
problem some of the later ones have, is that they make a lot of the people assholes. Uh, but you're not sitting there cheering that someone's dead, but you're not like so bummed that it ruins the movie. I think that's a really difficult balancing act. And
Hmm.
I think part of it is one of the strengths, I think, especially the first three, I think the first two especially, is that these are slasher films in spirit, but because there's no slasher to bring a personality to things, right? The characters, the victims actually have to take up a lot of that heavy lifting. They have to carry the charisma and personality, right? And I
Hmm.
think uh, that helps. How should I say? It's something that is actually absent from most slasher films, where a lot of the victims are faceless, and then we do not see the consequences of their deaths too often. Whereas in the first two movies, we do see a lot of like mourning for characters, and we
Yeah.
even see characters being like really conflicted about where their fate is in all of this. I really, there's the one guy, I can't remember his name. And I feel bad that I'm going to refer to him this way, but this is who he is. The guy, the drug user guy in the second one, who
Hmm.
he has that moment where it's both played for laughs, but also like really earnest, where he comes and he's like, "Hey, you're gonna die after me, right?" And she's like, "Well, yeah." And he's like, "Look, if I die, could you make sure you like go to my place and like get rid of all my porn and drugs so like my family doesn't find it?" And it's like that's comedic, but it's also like really oddly sincere. Where this guy's like he is thinking about like like how his death will affect other people,
Yeah.
which is something we not all of us are afforded in life to think about that or what our abrupt death would mean. Um, it's I just that I find really interesting.
Well, it gives these movies a staying power,
Yeah,
honestly. Even though, like, look, I'll talk about it some more, but like with when Bloodlines, the reviews started coming out, there was a lot of talk about like, oh, these like they're finally focusing on the characters in this franchise, and
yeah,
I want to say that the character stuff is definitely at the forefront of Bloodlines. Like these
mm,
movies have always like attempted to have three-dimensional characters, and I think for the most part, especially these first two, and I'll plant my flag and say even three to an extent,
mm.
maybe not as successfully, but they have three-dimensional characters.
Three
They
has
have
it.
personalities.
Three has it, but you also start to feel the asshole victims start to creep in. Um,
Yeah, my brain just like speed ran through like the asshole deaths in that
yeah,
movie, and I'm like, yeah, you know, again, it's a little less successful there, I will
yeah,
say.
yes, a little, a little.
Yeah, yeah,
But
maybe a lot, but
three is
I do
also
still
helped
like
by
three a
having
lot.
Mary Elizabeth Winstead as the lead, who
Mary Elizabeth Winstead is so fucking good in this movie, and I'm not just saying that because everyone obviously was like crushing on her in this era super hard. They're still crushing on her,
I was
obviously, but
already
she is
so
great.
I was so in the pocket for Mary Elizabeth Winstead before this movie was even out. Like, because she is in Sky High the year before that, um, as Gwen Grayson, who is also spoilers for Sky High. She's is revealed to be Royal Pain, which was very informative in the year 2005 for me.
I hope it doesn't awaken anything in me.
I mean, why do people say that?
Oh, it's just because it's a quote from Community.
No, I know it's a quote from Community, but don't you want it awoke?
Yeah, I think people are struggling with their sexuality is the reality of the
Yeah.
situation.
No, yeah, I've
But
seen
also it's just a
a
joke.
lot of
Yeah.
stuff going down. But yeah, Royal Pain
Yeah.
was a moment. Um, everyone's like, "Oh,
But no, she's
I want to date Ramona Flowers. She seems cool." It's like, now bring on Royal Pain. Uh, but anyway, I'm just
yeah.
fucking around.
Yeah.
So this is a really important movie for me, frankly, the third one. First of all, this is though the beginning of we are running out of ideas. They are not out of ideas, but this is has it kind of has a Temple of Doom problem in that
Mm-hmm.
it feels like a lot of what's in it were ideas they had for the second or first movie that they just couldn't use, right? They were like, "Oh well,
Mm-hmm.
we have enough. We can't fit in the budget, blah blah blah." So these feel like a lot of leftover ideas. But these ideas still have enough juice that it doesn't feel tired yet, right? Um,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's basically just the plot of the first movie again,
Just
right?
on a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's just on a roller coaster this time. There's this also. There's not that much. There aren't that many twists. There's a couple, but not that many. But this is a movie. I did not see this in theaters, even though I was already into the franchise by this point, for two reasons. One, I've made this point before. My father would let me watch any horrific, violent shit on the planet, but his stopping point was nudity. Right? He was like, "You
Mm-hmm.
cannot movies with nudity can't do." And this had the tanning bed death in it. Right? There used to be a website. I don't know if it still exists. I think it was a Christian website. My family wasn't Christian, like in term this type of Christian anyway. Uh, where we were this prudish, but this website ended up being a good resource. There was a website called kidsinmind.com, and they would basically go through like the objectionable content in films. And once I was like, "Dad, I want to see this." I had seen R-rated movies in theaters by this point. What's funny is I didn't see this, but I did see Grindhouse in theaters, which I think is the next year or it's this year.
I think the next year.
Grindhouse is like the first like my dad took me to it, probably not expecting it to be that have that much nudity in it. But then like once that happened, he was like, "Well, all right, we've crossed that line, so who cares?" So, like after that, it didn't matter anymore. But uh, yeah, this when I looked it up and it was like, "Oh, there's a death in the tanning bed. One of the girls is naked." But that was like, "You can't go see it." And the other thing stopped me from seeing it was reading that pigeons got killed by a nail gun because my sister was also into this stuff. What's fucked up, whenever I tell you these stories where I'm like, I was watching this at age this, a lot of the stories my sister is watching them with me, and she's 2 years younger than me. So
Jesus.
she did not fall. She did, I will say she did not follow me into my extreme foreign cinema territory. That was something that I did on my own. So she did not watch Straw Dogs with me, but she was watching a lot of horror films. And she when she was younger, went through a phase where she could not watch any animals die in films. Like it was just like too much for her, right? Like she was a real she was a real animal lover. So a lot of movies became no goes for her when it came to that stuff. She eventually got over it, and now is like, oh well, who cares? But so I had to wait for DVD, and this is one of the first movies I think where I just straight up bought the DVD. I did not rent it; I just bought it.
Wow.
Yeah, And do you remember the gimmick with the DVD?
Yeah, this was like a not like a choose your own adventure thing, but like you would be able to like change up the order of the death or something like that,
Well,
right?
here's what's weird. There would be moments in the movie where people would be like, it'd be like, oh, give the characters one of two options here. Like movie would slow down. It's kind of like, what was that? Netflix did that choose your own adventure thing at one point. It had a very similar structure to that. One example is the girl in the tanning bed when they flip their uh, the coin. There's a coin flip as to who's going to go where. You could select
Mm-hmm.
either side. Now, what's weird is all that would change is what side they were on. They still die, but
Yeah.
the one guy, Frankie Cheeks, who is the pervert character, always a
Mm-hmm.
fun guy, uh, who looks like Jonathan Blow. Um, uh, he you could save him in the DVD cut of the movie. Uh, I think if you tell the characters to honk the horn an extra time, they will see it's Frankie Cheeks in front of them at the drive-through, and they will get him out of his car before he dies. But that's the only one you can really change. But they really that was like
It's interesting that you mentioned that right now because literally, like, I think the day this episode is gonna go up, Netflix is taking off their choose your own
oh
adventure
really
things that they did. Yeah, with
really
what's the Black Mirror,
yeah it's called like
Unbreakable Kimmy
Bander.
Schmidt, the official series finale, by the way,
Huh.
um, and some other stuff I'm sure, but those are the two big ones, and I I don't know why.
I'm guessing it's
And
a
they're
I'm
going to be
guessing
lost media now, basically.
I'm guessing it has something to do with the format, like of how they do it. It's like what were those things YouTube videos used to have? Those like boxes you could put on the screen. Annotations. Remember YouTube had
Oh
annotations
yes, yeah,
for a
yeah.
long time, and a lot of people built their like videos around annotations.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there was
Mm-hmm.
like not speed running channels, but like let's play channels where there would be a video that was like, here's how to jump to the different levels in the game, right? Like if you want to see how to beat this level, click this annotation. And that then YouTube just got rid of all that. I also remember people doing
Yeah,
like,
that fucked up people's channels.
yeah, it really did. And it's one of those like, yeah, the YouTube is a lot more fragile than people give it credit for. Uh, I remember people did. There was a while people made like gimmick videos where like there would be like a target on the screen and you would have to hit the correct annotation at the correct time to hit the target. I remember stuff like that. It's all just gone now. You can't even do that. I'm guessing the the Black Mirror stuff will turn up in a different area at some point. It
Yeah,
might
I
not.
literally just saw as I was complaining. I'll just say, there's like people who have like they've basically archived the routes and like the video and the narrative. So like they're putting up like fan sites now of this stuff, which is like yeah, that's the least that people could do for
Yeah,
this. So
and
that's cool.
I'm willing to bet Netflix will do once Netflix can find a way to make money off of it, they'll do something with it. But it is
Hmm.
weird. That is weird that that was such a big like selling thing, and they're just like, yeah, it's gone. Um,
Yeah, very very
Very
strange.
strange. Did they? So they just didn't give a reason.
I haven't seen one, but they're taking it off, and I think they're restructuring a lot. Netflix will never go away at this point. They're the first, so they're going to be the best in people's eyes. You know, like is it on Netflix? People don't ask, is it on Peacock? You know what I mean? Um, but I do think they're going to reprioritize. Like, hey, maybe we don't spend $300 million trying to make the next Avengers movie. Maybe we do these other things and there's a lot of restructuring going along in the entire industry, so that's
Yeah,
just a whole other can of worms.
yeah. I think
But yeah, no official
Netflix.
reason to answer your question.
Yeah, Netflix isn't a smart company, frankly. But yeah, because they are so synonymous with streaming, they're probably just going to stick around for a long time. Uh,
Yeah,
but
um,
I don't even know if they're permanent though. I don't know how long the streaming thing is really going to last because it's not a very profitable thing.
yeah. Well, because I was gonna say like it would kind of make sense like if you were to make like a new Clue movie to do
Yeah,
like how they did the different endings. You know, like you can just like do that
there
with
is.
certain
I remember
like.
people were. I remember the initial reaction to the Black Mirror that did the multiple endings was kind of a negative one. I remember people, maybe not from like general audiences, but oh, fuck, my mic fell again. Uh,
That's all right.
I remember people kind of reacting in the like death of cinema type way to interactive endings. Do you remember that? Like,
A little bit, but I wasn't sure if it was like my circles.
mm,
I'm not a Black Mirror guy in general, so I just never saw
yeah,
that.
same. I'm not a
But
Black Mirror guy either. Um, I don't think a single episode of Black Mirror worked for me, frankly. Um,
yeah, I'll give more a shot, but I was not a fan. But no,
to
no.
make it related to the movies, I think a big reason why they don't work is a lot of those stories require everyone to be an asshole for them to work. And I think if your story requires everyone to be an asshole, that's not a very engaging story.
Yeah, and I would say about half the characters in Final Destination 3 are just kind of assholes or like dickheads.
And there's like
And
there's more
I,
dickheads than assholes, but there are assholes. Uh,
yeah, I still think the movie kind of works like gangbusters. I think James Wong directs the shit out of this
yeah,
movie. Like, I won't say it's like all up to par with the first one in terms of direction. Like the actual disaster on the roller coaster, like the CG's very dated and not always in a way
yeah.
that's charming. Um,
Now I'll
but I
actually go
think
so
he's like
far.
really going for it stylistically.
I'll go so far as to say I think the roller coaster is actually one of the weaker elements of the movie. It's not
Yeah,
bad. It's not like terrible, but it's not like you kind of go like, oh, Final Destination on a roller coaster. This is going to be insane, and it just isn't. Like it's just fine. Like
yeah.
it does what it needs to do.
Yeah,
Um,
and maybe as someone who maybe has an idea in their back pocket regarding roller coasters, I was like, okay, I can see what didn't work here. I see what you could do to improve this. You
yeah,
know, just saying.
I
But
have a
yeah,
similar
it's the first
not
time in the
not
franchise. I will say. Well, here, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say I don't have like a back pocket thing, but I do have a like understanding of roller coasters that kind of makes me go like, you could do a lot more here. Um,
Hmm.
Also, hey, plot hole alert. Uh,
Oh God,
do you know what I'm about to say? Because it's a pretty big one.
no.
Um,
Go ahead.
so the whole point of these movies is like avoiding the fate, right? Like all this stuff.
Hmm.
And this has to instill some drama into it. This when Mary Elizabeth once says the freak out that the coaster's going to crash, it's the first movie. There's a fight, so people get kicked off the ride. The other people don't get let out of the ride, so two of the friends still die, right?
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, including her boyfriend.
yeah, including her boyfriend, which is an interesting gimmick to be like the significant others die, and then it's the
Hmm.
remaining two, which is that's interesting. Um, but the reason the ride crashes, partly, is the result of fucking Frankie Cheeks. Remember, he has the camera. He's trying to get like upskirt shots of women and shit. So he's like an early redditor.
Yeah.
Uh, and uh,
Yeah.
and his camera is what causes the hydraulics to break. But he gets kicked off the ride, so he can't be there to actually cause the wreck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, this movie's fucking pointless now.
Yeah, it's you know what? I've ruined the film. It's bad,
I
actually.
know, fuck. You know what? This is actually the worst franchise, worst movie in the franchise
Yeah,
now.
yeah, you're right. Sorry, I ruined it
No, no,
for
no.
everyone. No, again,
Absolutely not true
yeah,
with what we're about to discuss after this. But
yeah, no, yes.
the
But yeah, it's
yeah,
something. It's bugged me since I saw it. It's just one of those things where like, I know it doesn't really matter, but it's always bugged me.
yeah. Death figured something else out that we don't see. There you go.
Sure.
But yeah, this is the first time in the franchise where the big disaster is actually like the lamest part of it.
Hmm.
Everything else, I'm like, I'm really into. I love the little gimmick with the photos and the camera, and that's how they're like tracking who's next and
Yeah.
what could happen, and that again, not a lot of twists and turns, but like a pretty fun narrative engine for
No, no,
this
it's got
thing.
all the pieces there. There are twists where like they can't identify some of the people who were there, and it turns out to be her sister and her friend, right? Uh,
Hmm.
so like there's that whole element to it. there is the picture thing of like, what are these pictures predicting? Which goes back to like The Omen. The Omen has basically the same plot. Uh,
Yeah.
so, which I'm cool with that.
Hey, pictures are scary.
Yeah, pictures are frightening.
Yeah.
Did you know that picture of Abe Lincoln broke and then he got shot in the head? What does that mean? Um, and of course, that is the deliberate invoking of 9/11, where there's a plane shadow on the World Trade Center, which feels like such an early internet bullshit thing
I know. I
of like
know.
someone did it. Do you ever see the picture? This is a very famous bullshit one, but like early Photoshop of like it's allegedly a photo recovered from Ground Zero, and it's a guy getting his picture taken on the top of the World Trade Center right before the first plane hits. And it is so like in with modern eyes, it is so fake, but it was like a viral picture for a long time. Um, that's one of those ones where like with like people like internet says like actually the observation deck wouldn't have even been open at that time, so no one would have been up there to get their picture taken. All that stuff.
Oh my
Logan, you
god.
crying again? You dumb kitty.
They don't like the invocation of 9/11 this often in one episode.
Yeah.
Um, no, yeah, and I like that the that one like goth boyfriend whose girlfriend gets it really bad with
Yeah,
the nail gun.
and
Like
that
that's
guy.
fucking rough.
Yeah, and he
That
has the
guy's
breakdown, like he loses it. Um,
yeah, and kind of almost becomes like an antagonist
what's that?
basically.
What's that guy's name? Because he is. Sorry, give me a second.
Chris Lemche.
That's him. He is in Ginger Snaps, the Canadian werewolf film.
Yes, Ginger
Which
Snaps rules.
yeah, it does, and he's good in it. He's the fucking like I think he's the pot selling guy who knows shit about werewolves.
Hmm.
He's really good in it. Hasn't a lot of these guys haven't had huge careers, which is a shame because he's pretty darn good in terms of like this type of performance, right? I guess he's doing a lot of TV. Um,
Yeah, he's
oh
doing a
no,
lot of TV.
no, he's not doing
Um,
a lot of TV. He hasn't done anything since 2014. Um,
oh shit.
yeah,
Oh yeah, he was in a couple episodes of Agents of Shield.
yeah. And then he's like, he did a Tales from the Dark Side pilot that didn't get sold. So looks like
Well, he was
one of his
also in
earliest.
24.
It looks like one of his earliest things was an episode of Goosebumps, the adaptation of The Scarecrow Walks at Midnight.
Oh wow, that's perfect.
So there you go.
Like that's perfect for this franchise, basically. But yeah, I always really liked his performance in this, and I don't know, I really like the dynamic that he has against them. Like obviously he's not like there is an outright like antagonist in Final Destination 5 by the end of it that I
Yeah.
really like in
This feels
there.
like a dry
Um,
run for that where they didn't really know how to execute it, right? Like
yeah.
what his whole thing is, you know?
Hmm.
Like it
Yeah, it's
does
like
feel
it's kind of a half measure, you know? It's like,
mhm.
oh, like maybe that's where they'll go, and then oh nope, yeah, actually he dies now. And I do like his death where it's like he still has like the middle finger like twitching a
Yeah.
little bit when he's like fucked up at the end of it.
Yeah, he
That's
gets like
fun.
cut in half by the thing, like and his hands
Yeah.
there. But yeah, this has the tanning bed death is kind of famous, right? Uh
Yeah, that trends every once in a while on all social medias because it's like that. There's a great cut with the
yeah,
tanning beds to the twin caskets.
it is
It's a lot of
hysterical.
fun. Yeah,
Um there's the actor Texas Battle, hell of a name. Um,
yeah. Holy shit! Yeah.
yeah, who plays the football star who gets his head crushed. Uh, that's a fun sequence. It's very silly. Um, I'm trying to think of what else. All right. So the other thing with this movie is this is part of the gimmick with the DVD is because these movies make money at the box office, but also they're like we can double dip. We make so much money on DVDs, and I do think the DVD era helps these first three especially.
Hmm.
Um, and these movies are designed to be watched over and over again on DVD, so you can go frame by frame and like pick out all the little secrets and Easter eggs. So inexplicably, the Final Destination 3 DVD is like a 2 disc collector's edition that is stacked with bonus features. It is one of those like inexplicably there are tons and tons of making of featurettes on the DVD. It's a lot of James Wong talking about his craft and his style, which is just very fun and funny and informative. And it's just like this guy's putting so much effort into Final Destination 3, but it also is very illustrative of how much thinking a director needs to do when making a movie, right? It's honestly a very good crash course in filmmaking. A big thing that has always stuck in my mind is, they're doing the fast food drive-in sequence, right? And James Wong goes long and long. He's like, we have to make sure the fast food place is yellow and red because all fast food places are yellow and red, right? It was like this whole breakdown of like, and it's something where you're like, yeah, a director would have to think about it. It's silly, but a director would have to think about that. Uh, so many little things from these featurettes stick out in my brain of just, yeah, directors really do have to do that kind of stuff. Um, the
And you can
other
tell when they don't.
Yes,
Spoiler
exactly.
alert.
Yeah, that's becomes a problem. It is a like, God, we don't make movies anymore type thing of just like the amount of effort that went into Final Destination 3 that like isn't in a Marvel movie now is just wild to me. Um, but one other thing, and this is something where the moment I the moment it was pointed out to me, the I cannot unsee it, but James Wong talks about that there's a lot of uncredited punch up on these movies. He's like, yeah, see, there's a thing we'll do in order to make the dialogue pop a little more. Is there's like screenwriting students in college. We'll pay them money to like add jokes or references into the script. He's like, this is so we can get like a more authentic sort of dialogue for like young people. That's his reasoning anyway. Um, and once it was pointed out to me, you can tell what lines in these movies were probably written by an uncredited punch-up college student, right? Uh,
Yeah.
the one that really sticks out in Final Destination 3 mainly because of how lame it is the when Mary Elizabeth Winstead and uh, the guy, Ryan Merriman, when they are going over uh, the like trying to figure out clues. There's like SpongeBob is in one of the pictures, and he's like, "Hey, SpongeBob is underwater," and Mary Liz Wynn says like, "It's so embarrassing that you know that." And it's like, who doesn't know that? Uh,
Yeah. Especially at that time. SpongeBob was fucking
SpongeBob was
popular.
everywhere. Um, but also like there's a line in there's a line it's kind of brief and you miss it in the first one where Todd he's kind of this like, thanks to you I got to watch fucking Stuart Little for 2 hours or something when he's complaining about being on the plane. Like there are certain lines that you can just feel it, and it gets worse in the subsequent films, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So just something I learned when I was watching this in the early 2000s.
No, I mean, yeah, they used to put fucking effort into those extras, and I mean, I think that's why there's a big boom in like filmmaking podcasts and like behind the scenes like social media stuff that people always are like hyping up now, and they're like, oh, you see how they did this, and people are just interested in that.
We
Like,
want
I
it, and
promise.
unfortunately, it's become like a lot of things where this is why I think reactionaries have dug their claws so deeply into nerd culture is that there is such a gap now where we don't hear the stories about the productions anymore, and everything is so carefully crafted in terms of how it's presented to us that you get conspiracy people being like, "Oh, but here's how Ryan Johnson sabotaged Star Wars," right? That you like
Mm-hmm.
now there is like this whole space about every movie now if there were ever any reshoots, it means that Mickey Mouse literally walked onto the set and changed whatever unwoke thing the movie was supposed to be, right? Like that's the attitude online.
Mm-hmm.
So it is one of these things where like once we got rid of DVD special features and just more honest stuff, like we're never gonna get the behind the scenes making of The Hobbit again, where Peter Jackson basically admits he had a breakdown making the movie. We're never going to get anything that candid again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the absence of that, we've created a really terrible ecosystem where people are hungry for the behind the scenes stuff, and the people dominating those conversations have no fucking clue what they're talking about and don't care to learn.
Yep. No. Yep. That about sums it up.
Anyway, they at the end they
um,
get on Pelham 1, 2, 3 and all die.
and they all die. All right. So a couple things about this ending. So the original plan for the ending was that the surviving characters from Final Destination 2 were also going to be on the train. And the
Oh,
premonition was going to involve them, and it'd be like, oh, see, death comes for us all, you know,
I'm glad
which
they
is
didn't
maybe
do
an
that.
idea they really liked in the franchise.
I'm
Um,
glad they didn't do that.
yeah, me too. They still all die at the end.
Yes.
I guess the original ending is just that you see the train hit Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Mm.
I can't fucking find it, but I remember hearing that like they were all supposed to live there at one point, and then like the original Final Destination test audiences didn't like it, and they were like, "All right, let's just fucking let's just
I,
kill the
to
bastards."
to talk about multiple endings and reshoots, I think this is an era, especially in peak DVD, where they just shot multiple endings for movies. Like they just did it because they
Hmm.
could put it on the DVD, right? You can now sell the DVD as having an alternate ending. And I think I think Final Destination 3 is probably one of these examples where they probably shot four versions of the ending, and then whichever one tests the best they just used,
Yeah.
right? And I'm not even
Hmm.
criticizing that. I'm totally fine with that in terms of like for this type of movie, you know,
Hmm.
do whatever, man. But
Yeah.
it's that like classic, like remember like unrated DVDs where
Oh
it'd be like
yeah.
the out of control and unrated version, and a lot of that was literally like they just put scenes into the movie and then didn't resubmit the movie to the MPAA, so now they can call it unrated. Like there wasn't really
Yep.
anything objectionable in it, but it was a good way to sell the DVD again.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
uh, wild times,
Um.
wild times.
Yeah, absolutely well timed. I will say I really love the production of the theme park a lot.
Oh
No
yeah,
theme parks in America wanted to host the film because they were like, we do not want to be associated with Final Destination, the
yeah.
movie where you're gonna kill a bunch of people on a roller coaster. But I guess some place in Vancouver was like, yeah, guys, come back up because you shot the first two movies here. Absolutely.
Mm.
And then they
I
end up having to build most of it themselves, anyways. But like,
Well, it's also
because
one
it
of
was
these
too
things
small.
where the roller coaster they use is like really small, right? It's actually a like um it's like a couple of drops and two corkscrews, right? It's not that big.
Yeah.
There's a couple wide shots where you can actually see how small the roller coaster is. And then they went in and like with special effects made it look bigger, right? Which that's totally
Hmm.
fine. Like I'm not. This isn't a criticism, obviously, but yeah, I think part of it is that they filmed on an incredibly tame roller coaster and then made it look way more intense and psychotic. You know,
Yeah, movie magic, baby.
and also
Um,
roller coasters are one of these things where they're like we hear about roller coaster crashes because like they're crazy, but they're very rare. Like they don't happen, and even rarer is the roller coaster accident that like takes out multiple people. Right? Uh,
mhm.
I think. I'm trying to think. There's the Big Thunder Mountain Railroad roller coaster which derailed and I think killed two people. That's at Disneyland. And then there's I think probably the worst one that I can think of is in Canada is a ride they finally tore down. The Galaxyland Mindbender, which was a like looping coaster that literally like the last train like fully derailed, and I think all four people in that car died. But that sort of thing where like multiple people die is incredibly rare on a roller coaster. It just doesn't really happen. Um, even there was a big accident in England. There was a ride called the Smiler, and due to like operator error, they put too many cars on the track, and a car full of passengers slammed into an empty car that had stalled on the tracks. And people got really injured, and like people like lost limbs and stuff. But no one died. So like that's awful, but at least no one died. Like roller coasters are way
Mhm.
over engineered because they're meant to look scary, but they're not actually meant to be threatening, right? Uh,
Mhm.
so That's partly what's fascinating about it, and it is partly why I think the roller coaster crash is actually a bit of a letdown because there aren't as many real world examples to draw from, right? Like they're
Yeah.
just they like so you have to do like this really absurd thing that doesn't really work.
Yeah. I thought this was going to be the last good entry in the franchise after Final Destination 4.
Yeah, Final Destination 4 is terrible.
Yeah,
Uh,
it feels so cheap. It's the most expensive at the time.
mm,
It feels so cheap. The disaster itself is also it's so much lamer than even 3,
yeah,
which
and
like it shouldn't be.
you know,
But even the way people die in it, because it's like a NASCAR thing, right? It's the car
yeah,
track disaster, a
which there
speedway
are
disaster.
there are actually like examples of that happening, a car like flying into the audience, and it's horrific, right? But
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
a
we just saw
weird,
fucking Ferrari a couple years ago.
yeah,
I mean, like
but
that could be more
it's very
intense.
funny to me that that's the setup is that it's a NASCAR wreck. And like that's barely a part of it. Like it's almost like they forgot that it's supposed to be a NASCAR wreck. It's like, okay, a car wrecks, a couple people die, and then the stadium collapses. It's it's like
Yeah.
multiple things. My thing when I was rewatching it, I really think what fucks this movie up is this is this is the year Avatar comes out, right? And there is a weird people are like Avatar's about to hit. We got to get it on a 3D game early, right? We
Mm-hmm.
gotta rush something 3D related into theaters. That's why I think the Final Destination is like a 3D movie. There was another movie that year that did a similar thing. I think was it Beowulf or was it there was some
Beowulf was
other movie.
earlier.
Beowulf's or there, all right. There's another 3D movie from around this time that was like part of how it was released. You know what? It's the Robert Zemeckis Christmas Carol. I remember that movie was like people were like, "That's a terrible movie," but the
Oh.
3D is actually really good. And part of why I think it was received that way is that they made sure to get it out before Avatar came out, right? Um,
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
so it's still kind of fresh. But when you watch the deaths in this movie, they are so built around the 3D. They are so built around what is going to pop out at the audience that it really limits what you can actually do with the deaths, right? It feels like everything was
Mm-hmm.
constructed backward from those gimmicks, and so it's all punchline with no setup.
Yeah. And even the punchlines are like not that exciting.
No, they're not.
Um,
And this is
I will say the racist catching himself on fire is a little funny,
no, that's
but it's also
the only thing about this movie is that I do remember watching this with a friend, and we were kind of like laughing to the point of crying at how fucking ridiculous some of it was.
yeah.
Um, it's absurd. This is an absurd movie full of really dumb. This is the everyone's an asshole Final Destination movie. Like
Yeah,
there,
I remember, and I looked this one up to double check, and I actually found stuff on like the Final Destination 3 ending, um, that they wrote a script. The guys from Final Destination 2. This is the Final Destination 2 like reteam between David R. Ellis, I think Eric Bress as well, um, and they wrote a script like really fast, really quickly after 3, and they were like producers were so impressed that they greenlit the fourth installment, and James Wong couldn't come back because he was busy doing Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball, and then realizing he never wanted to direct a movie ever again. Uh,
Yeah. Apologies, James Wong. I'm sorry. I want him to come back.
I mean,
But he seems happier in TV land at
yeah,
least.
if that's where he's happy, I'm sure he's made his money in places. Like I'm sure
Yeah,
he's
you make
secure.
money in TV still,
It is a
so
little sad though when it's like his filmography is two Final Destination movies, the one with Jet Li, which is like
hell yeah.
not great, but like is a totally solid action movie, right? Like it
Mm-hmm. And
totally
it has a bunch
works.
of like 2000s nostalgia tied to
No,
it
it's
now with
yeah,
like the yeah.
it's like Delroy Lindo, Jason Statham. Um, it's just it's got a lot of people in it, right? Like
Yeah, ends with the
it's
Papa Roach song. Can't go
yeah.
wrong.
And then it's like Dragon Ball and he never works again, right? And
Yeah.
in terms of directing a feature film, and that really is a shame. Because it does feel like this is maybe a guy who could have been, a vulgar auteur, a little bit. Like I think Final Destination 1 and 3 are strong enough that you could be like, the guy who directed this knew what he was doing and had a voice.
Yeah. I mean, even with Final Destination 3, like, he's talking it up like, I really want it to be about, like, fear of loss of control. Like, you look into, like, the psychology of why people are scared of roller coasters, and it's like they have no control over the outcome of the situation. They have to completely give themselves over to this experience, determined by, like, this machine. Or he's not saying this, I'm saying this now, but, like, he has like this whole thought process and these ideas packed into a movie called Final Destination 3.
The third one that no one asked for, basically, and has no connection to the previous films. They've given up trying to like build this thing, right? Like, it's just like, we're just going to do the first movie again, but it's a roller coaster this time. And he's like, yeah, but I actually have these really big ideas I want to play with it. Now, not saying you can go super deep with it, but you want a director to think about these things, and it helps elevate a movie from just being it elevates Final Destination 3 to Final Destination 3 as opposed to the Final Destination. It's just crazy that this is David R. Ellis who did Final Destination 2, which is a good movie.
Yeah. I have no fucking idea what happened here. This is also a prime example of when movies start moving to digital.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh shit. Oh no, it's not working. Go back to film.
Yeah,
and obviously my opinions have evolved on that, but holy shit, this is a fucking ugly movie.
Yeah, this is one of those good examples of when people complain about digital movies. It's this type of movie they're complaining about, especially when you look at it compared to the previous Final Destination films, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is this is bad. This is a bad direction for film to head in. This looks terrible. All the characters are assholes. The plot isn't very engaging and doesn't actually feel that thought out. There's a lot of new rules introduced that don't seem to make any sense. And yeah, it doesn't it feels like the money wasn't spent adequately. So it's simultaneously the most expensive one and looks shockingly cheap, right?
Yeah. Oh god, when the stadium is falling on, when the arena, whatever, the stands, the big stands are falling on people, it looks like
the block of a set that is supposed to pass for a NASCAR arena. Like, it looks like they shot on like high school bleachers, and it's supposed to be this fucking stadium, right? Ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing.
No, it is.
Like,
100%.
what the fuck happened here?
I think it's the 3D. I really think 3D is what did it. That they had to build
like they were just out of their depth.
They were out of their depth. They had to build the movie around the 3D gimmick, and then it probably cost more than they thought, so more money went to it than other places, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really what happened here. So it's a shame, but it's the very obvious low point of the franchise.
Yeah, and quick shout out to two people. Nick Zano, who plays that lifeguard who gets his intestines ripped out of his butt.
Which is based on a real thing that happened.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, that happened to someone.
That is actually horrifying now.
I think it's one of these things where it didn't happen the way it played out. It was something where it was like one of these, like, I think it was like a private pool and it was really poorly engineered. Like, it's something like that. It took a lot more to make it happen than what we see here, but the basic gist of what they start putting a couple deaths like that into these movies, right? Like, I even think the shot through the eyeball is based on something that happened in terms of like the again, talk about like everyone's an asshole thing. It's like the mother, kind of an asshole, the secretary, kind of an asshole, the hairdresser, kind of an asshole, her children, kind of assholes, the guy driving the lawnmower has zero lines. They go out of the way to show that he's drinking and listening to music while he mows the lawn. So also asshole. Like,
yeah, like
it's
not pleasant. But
it's the there's a point in a lot of these franchises I think happens where you get an entry where it seems to have active contempt for the material it's working with. I don't know if that's the case, but that's just the vibe it gives off. It doesn't care about it.
Totally.
And it misunderstands what people like about it. It's like, oh, people want to watch people die violently, so we gotta write a bunch of asshole characters so we can have fun killing them. And it's like that's not really what people like. But hey,
Yeah. Just a quick continued shout out to Nick Zano, who played Nate Haywood Steele on Legends of Tomorrow and the CW DC Arrowverse stuff. A later addition to that show, he comes in the second season, sticks around till the end. Fun character, really liked him in that show. Didn't like him at all in this movie. Clearly very talented, just wrong role. And McKelty Williamson, for some reason, this incredible actor is in this movie. What the fuck, dude? Get that bag, but I just like that always shocks me that he's in this. Like
he does have the funniest line in the movie. When
you're gonna have to specify.
When they walk in on him hanging himself.
Oh yeah.
And they get him down,
yeah.
and he just goes, "I've been trying to kill myself all day." His delivery of it is really funny, unintentionally, I think, but also the aforementioned racist, which just again asshole characters. It's such a dumb. I hate this. As much as I'm like, yes, racist people, it's fun to watch them die. It's just I'm torn between yes, knock those characters down, and it just being really lazy, right? It is. He's like, I'm gonna go. He's straight going to light a cross on this guy's lawn, right? And it turns into he gets set on fire, dragged by a truck. While Why Can't We Be Friends is playing, which is played for a laugh, but it's just like, wow, I can't believe they took a long walk for this one, and it's the first one. So
no, I mean, that and the imagery of McKelty Williamson having the noose around his neck while he's talking between two white people as they're trying to figure out their next move. I'm like, this is some strange imagery in this movie, and I don't think they're equipped to deal with it.
No, and just it doesn't seem like it really seems like they're trying to be funny, and they are occasionally, but it's just kind of a mistake. Like it was they're just like, let's just have fun with it. And it's like you gotta take it a little seriously, like a little bit. I'm not saying you can't have fun, but you gotta take it a little seriously.
Yeah, you know what this movie is? You were doing your Castlevania thing for I think Final Destination 2, right? For me, Final Destination isn't about comparing it to a specific franchise entry. I think it's just the joke has gone on long enough. Like, okay, it's not funny anymore. Let's start a new joke. Let's talk about something else. That was funny. Now it's not.
And this is the like, we're officially out of ideas territory, right?
Yeah.
I will say Nick Zano does have one of the funnier moments where he's having sex with a lady, and he just starts, once he's done, he just starts looking at his cell phone. I don't know if the scene is really funny. He's just very funny in it. Like,
yeah.
So, and I will say there's maybe one likable character in this, which is the girlfriend, and she probably gets the most grisly death of the, like, basically she gets like eaten alive by a fucking escalator, like, which it's like that's the one death that is slightly creative, and it happens to like the least deserving character of the whole film.
Yeah.
Ugh. All right, one other beef I have with this movie, just while we're here.
Oh, just one.
So there's the whole. At some point, they find out that like there was a cowboy who basically shows up and is like, "I got a big cowboy hat. Oh, my lady, I'll get out of your way. I will not be relevant for the rest of the film." Wink, wink. Like, it's such a very bad telegraphed thing. It turns out he lived. He's in the hospital, so like it screws up the order or understanding of the order. It's a very lame twist. So his death involves a old man who's going to get a bath, an assisted bath at the hospital, right? And the bath overflows and then falls to the floor and crushes the guy, right? So this old guy is racist. So we got two racists in this movie.
I'm telling you, there's some weird shit in this movie.
Yeah, and it almost feels like they're like, look, we can't offend all racists because we kill the one, And the old man is in peril mostly. Nothing bad happens to him. It's just a like, oh, he's in peril, and it's a little you do feel bad when he's like a scared old man being like, help the bathtub, right? Like that's not fun. Uh, so he's a racist. There's a Chinese gentleman helping him into the bathtub, and he literally goes like, you know how many of your kind I killed in Korea? And then the Chinese guy goes, I'm Chinese. And then the race is like, same difference. Being like the guy doesn't understand he's not Korean, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
China fought in the Korean War. That's a big part of that war. Is that MacArthur defied orders and crossed the line, and then China got involved. It's like that's like the thing about the Korean War. Someone writing the
Yeah,
movie
that's the
should have
big
made it
problem
look.
with this movie.
No, I think it's indicative of the laziness.
No, yeah, no, I understand
That
what you're saying.
someone was
Yeah.
like, we want to make fun of racists, but I'm also going to be racist and just assume the only people that fought in the Korean War were Koreans. Like, it's,
Mm-hmm.
ugh, whatever.
Yeah.
Uh,
Weird racist vibes all up in this movie.
yeah.
Even though they clearly, again, attempted to like to poke fun at it. It's like,
These
again, they're just not equipped for it.
these two, the fourth one and the fifth one, both have odd racism moments. Um, we'll get to the fifth one. We could probably just go
Yeah.
there. Is anything happening
Yeah,
in the fourth
let's
one?
just do it. Because
Well,
fucking...
let me think real quick what happens in this movie. Why is it the Final Destination?
Because that's what they were doing at the time. Because the same year, the Fast and Furious comes out. Or
Yeah, I
Fast
guess-
and Furious,
Well,
excuse me.
To bring it back to the Resident Evil films, the Resident Evil franchise is kind of what kills putting numbers in titles, right? Like they were the first ones to really abandon that, and
They were, I think, what solidifies it, and this isn't even like an inherent negative, I don't think, honestly. But it's the Marvel movies that aren't Iron Man start doing this subtitles.
Yeah, but I'm saying that this is 2009, so that hasn't really taken off yet. Like,
Oh
I
shit!
think,
Yeah.
I think the Resident Evil films are the one that do this, and it's like we're got to do this. This probably is the first one that they're thinking about international markets a little bit more, and they want to just be able to resell the movie, to maybe foreign countries that don't have the same access to the other films. I don't know, but it's simultaneously it's sold as almost a soft reboot of the films, and this is the only one where Tony Todd doesn't appear, right?
Yeah.
In any form. He's only a voice in 3, but he doesn't appear at all in this one.
Yeah.
Nothing else we're talking about. Oh, there's the guy,
Not
there's the
really,
mechanic who dies. That's a dumb death.
It's
All the deaths are dumb.
I think you can look at these movies and be like, look, there's inherent like silliness to a lot of this stuff. 4, it is like not just the exception into sheer like vapid stupidity, like it really is one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like it has no
really
redeeming
bad.
qualities.
And it is.
It might be one of the worst movies we've ever talked about on this show.
It does have that vibe of like it's really upsetting because it feels like this is what the filmmakers think fans of the franchise want. It's like passively insulting to people who like these movies.
Yeah.
Final Destination 5.
Yeah. Some people call this the best of the franchise.
Definitely not going there, but it is certainly a bounce back compared to
I wouldn't
the
call it that.
Final Destination.
I completely understand why people would put it at the top. You and I were talking earlier about how like no one ever puts Final Destination 4 anywhere near the top. Like that's just like I've never seen that. I've never ever seen someone say that's their favorite Final Destination movie, because I truly believe like no one feels that. I think for everything else in life, I'm like, yeah, I could see someone saying that even if I don't agree with it. I don't believe anyone actually likes Final Destination 4 enough to put it up there.
No, yeah.
I understand completely Final Destination 5 being like the best one to people. It is
You know
not the
what?
best one to me, and it's not my top 3, but I really like this movie.
I don't know. I think this movie is a a bounce back from the fourth one, but I think it still carries over a lot of elements that didn't work from the fourth movie. But it is trying to get back to the roots of the original in an almost literal sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it does feel like they're trying to be like, okay, last one didn't work. Let's try to rework this one. Let's try to make
Mm-hmm.
it. Let's try to make this into actually make it into something, um, which is appreciated. There's still, I honestly think, four starts the digital deaths, the digital filmmaking, and I think that's something the franchise never fully recovers from. Once the deaths start becoming more and more digital, they're just inherently less engaging, right? And I'm not trying to be like
Mm-hmm.
practical versus digital. There's a lot of digital effects in the first two. I just think they're used more effectively there. Whereas here, it's like they keep reusing the falling on a spike gag, right? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
in the last three all have basically the same shot of someone getting impaled. And I just don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I
Uh,
think that's something that the franchise never fully recovers from, at least not yet. Um, as
yeah,
much as
I
I
would
like
agree with
subsequent
that.
films.
The digitalness of some of the deaths here are a bummer, and like the cut from the premonition back to snapping back to reality, I've never liked it. I see
Mm,
what you're going for. It's a great idea to cut from like the half torn impaled body into the eye back to the guy Sam's eye to like save everyone really quickly. um it just looks really bad,
yeah,
and I just wish there was a better way to have done that. um I really like everything else in this. I think it's got a really great pace to it. The characters, like, apart from the primary like focal characters, Sam and that girl, Emma Bell's character from The Walking Dead. She's in the first season of The Walking Dead. Um, that's how I remember her, and I like her in the show, and I like her in this. And that one guy, the dude with the big eyebrows, who becomes like an antagonist at the end, who's trying to
yeah.
kill. Spoiler alert for Final Destination 5, who tries to kill them to like save himself, basically. I really like all that stuff. I don't think the other characters just have like the sort of like the depth and
No.
the dimensions of those first two movies.
Mm,
And I'm not even saying that as a huge criticism, but I just think having that in the franchise, it is hard to
yeah.
like kind of overcome that later. That being said, I think this is a real great crowd pleaser, and for at the time when it was built as the Final Destination movie, I think it's a near total slam dunk
Do you
for fans.
remember when this was being advertised? They really were playing up that Tony Todd was back, right? Like Tony Todd's back in this one. And they
Hmm.
kind of framed the trailers like Tony Todd might be an antagonist. I remember that a little
Yes.
bit.
Uh huh.
That like he might be up to something, which is kind of interesting, but like he kind of just does the Tony Todd thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, which
Like,
I'm
oh,
not
is he
like,
the embodiment of death? Like, are they
yeah,
finally gonna like? Because that was kind of a theory for a bit, right?
mm.
Do you remember this?
I
Am I
do, yeah.
crazy here?
There were all sorts of theories around him. But I never really embraced him because I just felt like he was a character that was meant to remain unexplained. Now he does have an explanation now, and it's not a bad one. But
Hmm.
it was I just never paid heed to any fan theorizing about that stuff. I just accepted that Tony Todd is just like that.
Hmm. R.I.P. King.
R.I.P.
Um, yeah, I remember that as well. Yeah, I really like this movie, but I don't have like the interest in breaking it down the way I do the first one, especially, which
Yeah.
is why like that one's kind of this conversation's really gotten me back on board. Like maybe the first one just is the best. I don't know. I
Okay,
don't
that's
know.
whatever. I'm not even going to complain if you picked the
But
first
here
one.
I'm fucking. I've been championing this movie since before you ever brought up wanting to talk about these in full. So what is your hangups, I guess, or what do you think is the problem
Right.
here for you?
I think it just carries over a couple, one too many elements from the last movie, in my opinion. Like I already talked about the digital deaths that aren't very engaging. I think this does have asshole victim problems, right?
Hmm.
Which I just don't think it really works that well, you know. Um, the closest we get in uh the second one is like, remember there's the guy who won the lottery who gets impaled to the eye, right? And
Yeah.
he's kind of a dickhead, but he's not like a horrible piece of shit, right? Like he's not like awful. He's just like, oh, he's a
Hmm.
dickhead who won the lottery. Like he's kind of like chicks are all after him. He's kind of a little like full of himself, but he's never like he doesn't do anything evil, right?
Hmm.
Cut to this movie. Uh, fucking Bolin is in this from
Yeah,
Legend of
PJ
Korra.
Byrne.
Yeah. Also, Rugrat and Wolf of Wall Street. And like he's kind of the like annoying, horny nerd guy, right? Which I think was just his
Hmm.
wheelhouse for a little bit. Like that was just where
Yeah,
he
sorry,
was. Uh,
PJ.
PJ.
Hey, you know what? He also yells at my friend Manny in Babylon, though. So
Yeah.
shout
You
out
know what?
Manny
He's
Leota.
he's in the one good scene in Babylon.
Yeah.
And he's
Shout out
part
Manny. Got a feature coming out this year,
right
so
on.
stay tuned.
But yeah, he's a good actor. I like him. But he's like kind of the horny nerd guy. Uh, and then his death by like acupuncture and fire is the build up to it. They don't really bother with any suspense. They just have him be racist. They do the racist gag again. And I'm just like, this isn't fun. Like, what am I doing?
Hmm.
I just don't like it. I don't like we're gonna have the guy be a dick so you don't feel bad when he dies horribly, right?
Hmm.
Like, I just think that's always a little cheap, you know?
Yeah.
Uh, and I do think there's a sort of facelessness to some of these characters, uh, that they are just there to die, right? I actually think this is something Bloodlines does really well, where they do set up a bunch of characters and they literally are like, yes, here's all the characters that are going to die, right? They literally do that. And they still manage to kind of play with your expectations of being like, well, who actually is going to die? And a lot of these people are a lot more engaging, and some of the deaths when they occur are unexpected, which is something
Hmm.
the franchise just hasn't done at this point. Whereas this is just like, well, we know that these two are at least going to bite it before anyone tries to do anything. Uh,
Yeah.
you also have like David Koechner in here, who is good. I like David Koechner. He's just a very funny actor, but he's just there to be like asshole boss, right?
Yeah.
Uh, Now, if like he was the only one, I would like it a little more, but it's like there's just a little too much going on. Um, and yeah, I do this. Courtney B. Vance is in this. He does elevate it a little bit as the FBI agent. Um,
Hmm.
the really good death in this for me, which still has a digitalness to it that kind of it's one of the better executed ones, is the gymnastics death. I really like that one.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess here's the thing I'll say about this movie. As much as I like really enjoy it, and I love the like, you know what, I think what I'm really discovering, the pacing of this movie is like really good.
mm.
It's really well paced.
Well, it's a
The
91-minute
kills
movie, so it
themselves,
should be. Huh?
yeah. Well, hey, fucking, that was a problem just a movie ago.
Yeah, I guess you're
Um,
right.
yeah, and the gymnastic scene's totally the highlight.
Mm.
Because that's a setup of expectation and shit too. And it's like, oh, actually, it's this, like just a splat. I'm not super into a lot of the deaths until the very end of this movie. I'm not. They're not what I come to this one for.
Yeah.
I guess
Um,
that's my big
I think
confession.
I think the LASIK one is partly based on a real thing. Um,
Yeah,
I think
that's the
everything.
one that kind of gets under my skin. But the rest of them, I'm just
Well,
they're a little stock.
they
I
do
guess is
this a
my
few
hang up.
times though, where it works maybe one time, but then they do it like three times where they set up like a very obvious, painful way for the person to die, right? And then they die kind of in a slightly unexpected way.
Hmm.
Whereas like the LASIK one, the girl dies by falling out a window, which is not what you expect to happen, right?
Yeah.
And I I don't know, it's one of those where like, yeah, it rubs me. It's just not super engaging. I think a big reason why this stands out though is the sort of twist ending of the movie, right? Of
Yeah.
the It turns out this is actually before the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Um, yeah, that elevates this movie, which is otherwise very good and very enjoyable. And I would have recommended it on the strength of
they
everything
do
prior already.
they do
That ending's
fuck it up for
incredible.
me though. Like that ending, it's a really good idea. It's a really good ending. There is a sort of shock when you're like, "Holy shit!" And it's very clear that they just must have had this other angle from when they shot the scene, and they just reworked it into this movie. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they gave any residuals to those actors though, so just keep that in mind.
Mm.
Uh, so um, there's that element to it, but it is a like there is a moment where you're like, oh wow, how'd they do that? And there is a like, oh fuck, so that's what this movie really is. Uh, but then they have another button on it, which is the guy just getting crushed by the debris of the plane. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
this would have worked so much better if it just ended with the plane blowing off. Like, why did we do this second thing on top of
Uh-huh.
it? I just that really, and it also they very specifically are the people getting sucked out of the window, the hole in the side of the plane, which is something we saw in the first movie and didn't think much of, right? And now to be like, oh, those were their own protagonists of their own Final Destination movie is a really cool addition. That's
Mm-hmm.
a really fun notion. This movie adds the idea that if you kill someone, you get their time, which is part an idea that is somewhat presented in 3, but like they don't do anything with. And then here they do something more with it, but then also don't do anything with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a couple things that just rub me the wrong way about the movie. But overall, I like it. I'm not. This isn't a like it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I just
Mm-hmm.
it's definitely not a this is one of the best ones for me.
Yeah, I think for a while I was, and then I think I just grew away from that. My taste kind of just
Yeah.
changed enough.
It does.
Um,
It is one of those like, oh, thank God they made this, and so the last one wasn't the last one, right? Like,
yeah, yeah. I mean that's a big helper. And I guess the last two things for me, and I kind of really want to talk about Bloodlines because we've been going over 3 hours now. And you know what? I'm happy to say I think most of it is valid. So shut up, everyone. But
who's
the last two things I
complaining?
want to mention,
Hey, we just
I'm
uploaded a
just getting ahead of the
4 hour.
curve. I don't
We,
know.
we just uploaded a 4 hour Suicide Squad episode and got like 3 individual people being like, "Oh, thank God it's so long." Like,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know what
thank you.
I'm not. I don't know what's going on in the mind of people actually listening to this thing, but
Yeah,
hey,
that's true. By the way, thank you, Adam, for that.
they
Yeah,
seem
that
to
was very
enjoy the
kind.
longer episodes. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Um,
Yeah, so Eric Heiserer, I'm sorry if that's not how you pronounce his name. He wrote this one. I don't know how he got the job. Nominated for best
yeah,
adapted screenplay for Arrival like 5 years later. So
it is wild.
respect.
I mean, this does have a
Um,
time element to it in terms of the ending. It's got a very
yep.
Arrival-esque twist.
Yeah. He also wrote the Nightmare on Elm Street remake and the Thing reboot prequel. Although those movies seem to have veered away from his written intent, we will say
Yeah,
to be
those both
polite.
those movies have a something else happened here that I cannot blame him for.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of respect for him as a writer. I think he was like on a little bit of a sales hot streak in the 2010s. He seems to have slowed down a little bit because he had been doing a Netflix show for a while, which was canceled after 2 seasons, which seems to be par for the course.
Good job,
Um,
Netflix.
yeah,
Keep hitting
but
those
very
fucking
talented
home
writer.
runs.
It's just very funny whenever like, oh, they worked on this franchise, like happens with the occasional slasher.
Yeah.
So that's tons of fun. And then I just want to say, like, because this is a very digital looking movie too. I don't think it's a bad looking movie at all, though, especially in comparison to 4. I think it's really well writ.
I think
The way it's shot's pretty good. You
I think
know.
the blocking and framing and the lighting is a lot better.
Yeah.
But I think that it falls apart when the actual gore happens. That's where
Uh
I
huh.
run into the problem. I don't like the gore. I don't like the look of the gore in this movie. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. Which is why the plane wraparound is the best part of the movie.
yeah. And so
I
like
mean,
they
talk
just had
about
to
ending
make
on a
it
high.
They just had to make it look like the plane from the first movie. So
Yeah. This is the only movie where I think the ending is the best part. I think every movie runs out of steam a little bit in the end, not often to their detriment, I will say. I'm never, it's never a big hang up for me with any of these, including Final Destination Bloodlines, which
yeah,
I'm very curious about your thoughts.
um, I loved it.
All right.
I had a great time. I am not like some people are like 5 stars, great movie. I'm not there, but I really liked it. And it is a like, yeah, this is what these movies should be kind of thing, right? Like this is
Mm-hmm.
totally. Now, just to get it out of the way, the digital stuff is still rubbing me the wrong way a little bit. I just think they haven't cracked it totally. There's better stuff in it though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, there's still some digital wonkiness that I don't like. But this, the people might punch me for this one. This feels like an attempt to do the A24 version of Final Destination.
You're
I,
gonna have to
and
elaborate a
and
little.
I say that as a compliment.
Okay.
Um, you know how A24 horror movies are like, and the ghost was trauma.
Okay. Yes.
That's what this movie is. It's a
Uh
family
huh.
drama, and actually a pretty fucking good one, in my opinion. I really like the
Mm-hmm.
family drama of it. Uh, and it just happens to be a Final Destination film. And what I do
Yeah.
like is that it is that drama, but it doesn't lose the spirit of Final Destination in the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a great refocusing of things. It's like we're not gonna have a bunch of like strangers meet in a location or like a group of friends and then a couple random other people. It's like this is gonna be about a family and a bloodline. And I do like that refocusing of things and an attempt to kind of like straighten the lore a little bit without being like I was kind of waiting for them to be like they kind of go like these all are connected, like all these other disasters, right? There's a couple hints that whatever happened with Flight 180 is connected to this bloodline of people that should have died in this tower and whatever, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
there's some
That's what
brief
I got
reference.
from it too.
There's brief references, but they never sit down and are like, "Did you know in 2001 this plane blew up? And did you know in 2002 there was this pile up? And did you know in
Yeah, I
2006
think
this
it's supposed
roller
to be
coaster?"
2000. 2001 is a different plane.
Oh, whatever. Like, no, I said 2002. I said 2000 and
No, no,
2002.
no. I thought you said 2001. No, never
Maybe.
mind.
I'm pretty sure whatever. But
Okay,
I'm
okay.
just saying that, like, I think that like, they don't, there could have been a scene where they sat down and literally, like, listed all the other films, right? And they don't
Mm-hmm.
do that. Whenever they reference another movie, it's simple and it's something where you don't even need to have seen those movies to understand what the people are talking about, right?
Yeah.
Uh, and so I kind of appreciated that element to it. Um, and like I said, it brings in some new ideas. It kind of gives the franchise like a bit of a kick in the pants that it needed, a refocusing because post ever since 3, the plots have essentially been a group of friends in a situation and then other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just that, and this is just like no, let's change what we're going for here. And I do like this bloodline thing of like none of these people even did anything wrong, really. There isn't a there isn't a like she had the vision and then they got off of the fucking I don't know the carousel before it spun out of control. Like it's something that happened before she was even born and has no control over, which really feeds into the themes of fate and stuff like that. I do like that these are probably the most sympathetic characters that have been in a Final Destination movie since the original one.
Mm-hmm.
And but it also doesn't lose its meanness. Most of these deaths are incredibly mean. Uh,
The Uncle Howard, played by this guy Alex Zahara,
who
who I
like
guess has been in stuff for a while, but like not a real name.
yeah
Um, he's so nice. Like he
they
really reminds me of like fun uncles I have,
yeah
and poor son of a bitch.
they
Like,
go so out of their way to be like this is the nicest guy on the planet. Like he is so deeply kind and empathetic. He what we find out even after he died. is he knew his wife had an affair and had a kid that wasn't his and treated the child like it was his own. And so it's like even after he hurt his foot and then got run over by a lawnmower, it's like it turns out he was maybe the greatest guy in the history of this franchise.
Yeah.
It's really
Tonally,
funny.
this is the perfect tone all
Yes.
the way through for one
Mm,
of these movies. This is the most tonally consistent, I think, since the original.
mm.
Probably 2 as well. I'll throw 2 in there. I still like 1 and 2 more, and 3. I think I was kind of softballing it. I want to say just because like I think I was a little defensive. Like no, people are just hyped because it's recency bias with this movie. Because people I saw it with loved it, and I really had a great time too. And now I've been kind of being like, no, like like 1 to 2, 3, and 5 are still better. But like, man, I had a great time with this. I'm not really into watching it again. And I'll be honest, I haven't had the opportunity to go to the theater, and I kind of really want to watch it again. And
Well,
I'm only thinking of the incredibly positive feelings I've had with it. And I'm like, fuck, maybe I do like it more than 5.
and
Like,
this is one. I think what it really taps into too that the previous two didn't is I think it is a reminder of why these movies are so engaging, especially the opening sequence, the whole tower sequence, right? Which is just the most
yeah.
straightforward Final Destination. Something's going to happen, but we don't know what type of setup, you know. Um,
And I didn't really see a trailer for this, so
Neither did
I
I. Didn't
didn't
watch a
know.
single trailer for the movie. Um,
Yeah, which was the way to do it apparently.
mm. The only thing I knew was that Tony Todd was in it. Like I had been told
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
uh, but like that
His send
opening,
off.
which also is the only asshole victims are in that opening, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's the concierge who won't let them in, right? There's like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
There's the
sorry,
shitty
I didn't.
kid.
Yeah, there's a shitty kid who gets crushed by a piano. Um, and the concierge gets like smushed by an elevator. Like it's there's a couple of those. But we also get like, the nice woman, Tony Todd's mother, we find out, who gets burned alive. Like it's just
Yeah.
in front of her child. It's pretty brutal. And the
Mm-hmm.
fucking husband, who just like is just when he finds out his wife's already pregnant, his soon to be wife, like he proposes to her. He's like, "This is great," and it's like a really genuinely happy moment. Um, and we know that this is gonna get undercut, right? Like they're doing all this like everyone's nice stuff just to set up that they're all gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very effective. And then it turns into this whole thing of like, yeah, like this is why people would end up this way. This is why she ends up, in the Clear Rivers situation where she's living in a cabin and has basically, tormented her family with trying to, keep them safe. There's a really interesting kind of drama here of it's a drama about finding out, your mentally ill mother wasn't mentally ill. And that's kind of a fascinating one, right? It's a type of
Mm-hmm.
drama you don't see. And I'll just say there's a lot of stuff in here that is played like way too real in a lot of ways, in my opinion. That's not a complaint. I'm just like shocked. Uh, in terms of I kind of had a similar thing when I saw Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, where I'm like, they're
Mm-hmm.
playing the Scarlet Witch stuff in this like way too real. Like
Yeah.
someone had some moments in their life that they put into this movie.
Yeah.
uh, that's a
Uh,
big part of it.
well, here I want to say, so the story was conceived by John Watts,
Mhm.
who has kind of been. I think if he hadn't come out swinging post Marvel Spider-Man with both this and Skeleton Crew, I think people would have kind of tossed him aside as like, unfortunately, Peyton Reed, Peyton Reed's the guy who threw his whole weight into the Marvel machine, and now they're like, all right, you're done because no one liked your last movie. Bye. And it kind of feels like that guy's career stalled out a little bit. Love them or hate their movies. I'm just talking about like how they're being perceived right now, right? I think that's fair
Yeah,
to say. And look, people seem to like those Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. Nothing against anyone who's working on them.
I like one
I
of them.
think there's just Yeah, I think there's just a vibe when you're only living your life in the machine, people kind of lose interest in you as an artist. And look, dude, John Watts' Skeleton Crew is like, I hate to say it, that's one of the better TV shows I've seen in the last couple years.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. It was so creative and energizing how much you could actually stretch the Star Wars material for families without dumbing it down too. And it's clear he had some genre stuff he was wanting to work out of his system. Now, he obviously didn't direct this movie, but he did produce it and, again, conceived the story for it. For
I
Bloodlines,
think
that is.
I think you're forgetting about wolves.
No, I didn't, because I saw that.
Wolves. Remember wolves?
Anyways, so the movie was ultimately written by Guy Busick, who's just coming off of the recent Scream movies. I don't know if he wrote on Scream 7. He probably did, so bummer. But
Um,
he also wrote Ready or Not, and he wrote Ready or Not 2, which is coming out soon.
yeah.
Which I hear is like wild, and I can't wait for it because I really like Ready or Not. And Laurie Evans Taylor. I don't think people know who this is, but I do because I read a script called Bed Rest many years ago, which is a great little independent horror script. And the movie, which she ends up directing herself as well, is I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's great. I think it's just one of those things where like we just don't give money to first timer directors anymore, and it kind of
Yeah, and like we're
truncates the
also
potential of
like
it.
I hope this doesn't come across as insulting to her, but sometimes it's like you wrote a great script, but now Hollywood expects you to be like a director, producer, writer, all that. They want you to be the whole package, right? And
Yeah.
great writers are not meant to direct their stuff, right? Like I'm not trying to say like she's a terrible director or anything. I haven't seen the movie, so I can't totally judge it. But
Mhm.
it's something where like you can even be good, but you can get stretched thin if you're expected to carry all of that, especially for a first movie. So
Yeah.
like it's a very
Um,
unfair. Someone like her should be allowed to sell some screenplays, frankly. But hey,
yeah,
at
and
least she had
I
some
just
work
want to give
here.
her that. Yeah, I want to give her the shout out because I was after seeing that movie a couple years ago when it was finally made. If you want some insight into how the industry works, sometimes I read that script back in like the mid 2010s when it first like
Mm,
hit the market, and it came out in 2022. The movie, so
mm.
but it also
So
stars Melissa Barrera, who is
mm,
great in the movie, and there's a lot of like interesting stuff with like the look of it. You could tell she's very inspired by like the more fantastical side of horror, like Guillermo del Toro, right? The fantasy
yeah.
side of things. So I would recommend it. It's free on Tubi. Um, Great performance, great lead performance, and Laurie Evans Taylor, very good writer. So I didn't know both she and Guy Busick were credited on the screenplay for Final Destination Bloodlines. So when I finally saw the movie, I was like, man, these characters, like, they're not just like likable, like that gets you only so far, right? Like, but the
Mm.
chemistry and like they've got these great dimensions to them. They're the way they're bouncing off each other. Like, yeah, some of it's probably like played up by the actors, and obviously they turn out to be very talented actors. But like, you can tell when there's stuff on the page, and it made a lot of sense when I saw the names in the credit, and I was like, oh, that's great. Um,
Yeah.
so I just want to jump into the directors before going back to the cast really quick, though. Are you familiar with Zach Lipovsky and Adam Beestein?
Yeah, they did Leprechaun Origins. One of them did.
Oh shit,
Uh,
did they?
well, one of let me. I think they've become a team recently. Zach, Le, I'm gonna. I don't know how to say it.
Lipovsky.
Lepowski was that?
Lipovsky.
Lepovsky. He did Leprechaun Origins, and then they both did the Kim Possible movie. Uh,
Yes.
and I think that they both do. Right. Zach again only did the Dead Rising movie, which no one remembers. Which I think
It
was
was
just
like a
made to.
web movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like made to promote something. I mean, I'm pretty sure he started in like Sci-Fi Channel original movies. Like he did a Tasmanian Devil movie that like I'm pretty sure was just it was released on the Sci-Fi Channel. I'm guessing or direct to
Hmm.
DVD. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah,
But
they
this goes to show, like, sometimes, hey, you never really know someone because the industry will chew you up and spit you out. Because
mm,
when I like looked into their background pre watching the movie, I was like, oh geez,
they've
like
done
maybe.
They've done a movie
Maybe it's
called
not
Freaks that I haven't seen, but people seem to like. Uh,
okay.
and that's their other movie. But like, yeah, but before this, it's like the Kim Possible movie. But that Kim Possible movie was one of those things where people were like irate about it. Like I remember the discourse
Yeah,
about it,
and
and it's just like,
yeah.
what do you care, man? Like that really is a like that to me that always hints more at like the infantilization of cinema than like anything actually in movies, where it's like, you know, I uh, I'm an adult. I don't watch Kim Possible. I am not the target audience for Kim Possible anymore,
Mhm.
right? And
Yeah, and
there's a new generation that's going to be into it, and if it works for them, maybe it's for them. I'm not saying that the movie does. I'm just saying that I think a lot of older millennials got really upset about that Kim Possible movie in a way that was kind of embarrassing.
no, I'm in complete agreement with that. When I'm saying like I'm concerned, I was concerned pre-watching Final Destination Bloodlines. I just mean like, oh, it doesn't really look like they got their name on anything like that. I can like
Yeah.
go watch, support, and be like, I feel comfortable now that these guys are doing this. That's all I really meant. Yeah, people were fucking very weird about that Kim Possible movie. People are very weird about live action remakes in general. Like, look, they're probably just gonna be bad. Like, don't watch them and don't
Well,
get upset about them
I
because
was just thinking about like,
like here's the thing, they're also just not for us. You're right, they're just not
yeah.
for us.
Well, I was just trying to think of like if you were a kid that watched Scooby Doo in the fucking 70s and the Scooby Doo movie comes out in the 2000s, you're gonna fucking hate that shit. But our generation liked those movies,
Yeah.
so like, it's just it's when you're it's. I had the same thing with people who were like irate about Teen Titans Go, right? Like, where I'm just
Mm-hmm.
like we are not the target audience for Teen Titans Go. Like we should, we're not. It's for kids. Some kid shows really are for kids. I understand that there's
Yeah.
all like be a child at heart, and it's okay to still like cartoons. And I'm like, yeah, I like cartoons too. There's some really good stuff out there. Not all of it's meant for me. Some of it is explicitly meant for children, right?
Yeah.
And
Oh, you know what? I'm bringing him up a lot lately. I feel like, but Scott Mendelson, box office pundit, he has like this great take on this fucking infantilization of media, and like he was kind of a shooter against Force Awakens, which he cops as like a well-made movie, but he was like, I see the writing on the wall here. We don't want this to work, and he was right, you know, in a way. Where like everything's for the older generations, and now like new people coming into certain franchises or whatever, like there's going to be a finite like date on viable successes now. That's why stuff like the Minecraft movie hit really well for new audiences
yeah,
because that's for new kids, you know,
yeah,
whatever. I don't want to see that movie. I have no interest in that, but like kids, it's for them. Now they
yeah.
have a new thing that's theirs and not ours, and that's good, you know?
It is
And
good.
I'm bringing that
Although
up because I think
mine,
that's important for why Bloodlines is a hit.
same. I would agree, but I think Minecraft though is my example of like I know it's not for me, but I also think the kids deserve a little better.
No,
like,
yes, yes, but I do think like that leads us to a different conversation. But I
yeah.
would agree with
Also,
that for sure.
fucking Scott's wrong about
You think
Force
so?
Awakens because Force Awakens I know was a jumping on point for a huge number of people for Star Wars.
Yeah,
Like,
I disagree with him as well. By the way,
like that.
on that
Like,
front.
I like it's one thing to be like, I don't like the movie, I don't like the fan service. I totally agree with that. But to be like, Rise of Skywalker is what he's complaining about. Like, that is a movie that is it's so embarrassing. Like, that is what is wild about Rise of Skywalker is that it's that Force Awakens and Rise of Skywalker are both made by J.J. Abrams, and it's like Force Awakens is like perfectly crafted to satisfy old nerds and to bring in a new audiences, which is exactly what you needed to do and is what the prequel films honestly failed to do, if I'm being perfectly frank. Like,
Hmm.
I think that is a big failure. I'm probably gonna people are probably gonna disagree with me on this, but I don't think you watch I don't think you can jump on with Phantom Menace. I'm not saying no one's ever done it, you know. I'm sure people do exist and they'll probably talk about it online. But I do think you are introduced to Star Wars with the older films, and then you go back to Phantom Menace and the prequels, and you can like them, right? I'm not saying this isn't
Hmm.
about whether or not they're good, but I don't think they're good jumping on points. Whereas I think Force Awakens was a really good jumping on point for people, and you had people that, you know, um, let's be honest, mainly more women got into Star Wars with Force Awakens.
Yeah.
And then of course we all had to be weird psychos about Reylo shipping for 10 years, which is like, we should have made allies with those people in retrospect. They would have fucking protected the franchise better, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hmm.
but yeah, Force Awakens is like to me the almost like the platonic ideal of how to do those type of reboots. It's like that and Creed, right? Like those are like the two
Yeah.
that really worked, and then a bunch of imitators failed.
Yeah.
So
But Final Destination Bloodlines works because, yeah, there's like stuff for the hardcore Final Destination fans, and there's stuff like I definitely didn't catch because as much as I like this franchise, I'm not like versed in that way. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I can't do it like Alien, where I'm like, oh, now Alien Romulus is doing like Alien 3 score. Oh my God, this is totally a resurrect. You know, I can't do that here.
mm,
But this movie is a total jumping on point for people to be like, look, this is what these movies do. Here's how they do it well. You don't need to know anything. Go have a good time. And people are having a great time because it's already made its budget back and then some.
yeah. And I do think these
But
movies have a
what I
reputation now that like they can get people on just being like, oh, I know these are the fucked up death movies, and
yeah.
yeah. So
Uh, yeah. Oh, but another note about the directors. Are you familiar with how they got the job?
no, I have no idea. Is this well? There's some story. I can't remember which one. I think it is this one where like I- they. I've heard a story about directors who did one of these movies, doing a fake death during a Zoom call,
Yeah, they
to
did.
kind
They
of.
did that. Yeah,
Okay, that's like that's
and then that like,
insane.
yeah,
But I'm glad it worked. Uh,
yeah, and but they no one recorded it, so it's like lost media
uh,
because they were
uh,
like they were not prepared to record their interviews on the producer side, I guess. Which is maybe I have a question about. Maybe you want to do that to look over pitches, but whatever.
Although if you're the
But
guy who's
yeah,
about to pull that prank, maybe you should try to do something to record it.
yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying that the
Um,
the producers at least have the excuse of thinking they're just going to have a boring conversation with people as opposed
yeah,
to something that's going to be like kind of insane. Um,
yeah. But to jump to the cast now, I'm not familiar with the lead, Caitlin Santa Juana, but
yeah, she's been doing a couple
she's
movies,
very
but
good.
I also haven't seen her in much. But
Yeah,
she's good. She's got that. She's got this. There seems to be a growing look of people who have this very concerned face that seems to be very popular in cinema right now, and she's got a really good one.
yeah.
So
Um, Teo Briones, who I know from the Chucky Show.
hmm
He's in the first season, and he's great in that show. And I was always like, oh man, where's that kid gonna go? I didn't know he was in this movie, so I was very happy to see him
he seems to be
basically be a
making a
co-lead.
he seems to be making a horror play next. He's in this, and he's going to be in Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
Oh,
So
is he? Oh, good for
yeah,
him.
good
I
for
really
him.
like this kid.
Mhm.
And his sister is Issa Briones, who was in the Star Trek Picard show for like 2 seasons,
Mhm.
which is a shame. But she's very good, and now she's on the Pit, which I really
Uh,
like. So
oh yeah,
that family is hella
yeah.
talented. Good job,
God,
everyone.
the pit. Everyone loves the
I'm
pit.
not telling you to watch it. I'm just saying she's in it, and I didn't
This
realize they were siblings. So
this sequence in the hospital is how I feel about all medical shows.
yeah, no, the hospital is my favorite part of the movie, but we'll get there.
What's the actress who plays the mom's name?
Rhea Kilstedt, I believe
Yes.
that's her name.
Who I
Rhea,
know,
yes.
from Home Alone 3.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, I
Uh,
bet Matt's gonna bring that up.
of course I'm gonna bring
Yeah.
that up. She's in Home Alone 3. She's one of the agents trying to get the missile guidance chip that's been hidden in the RC car back, which is the plot of Home Alone.
I was convinced I had seen all those Home Alone movies. Apparently not.
You would remember that one.
Yep. But
Uh,
what I have seen is a bunch of CW shows where my boy Richard Harmon is from, specifically The 100, John Murphy himself, all my 100 stands out there.
I still
Um,
I gotta shout the mother out one more thing. She's in She Creature, which is a movie that I think aired on like cable all the time, which is like an evil mermaid movie.
oh,
Uh,
okay.
it's inexplicably uh billed as Mermaid Chronicles Part 1 She Creature. That's the official title on Letterboxd. I don't believe there was ever Mermaid Chronicles Part 2. So she played the mermaid.
Oh, okay.
So I
Well, you know,
just was
I was gonna jump to my boy Richard Harmon, but she's great as the mom.
no, she's
I'm
really good.
yeah,
Um,
I really like her in this.
But I
Uh,
will say Richard Harmon is awesome too. Um, he's
he
great.
steals the movie, and I'm
He's
not
great
just saying that
as
because I've been a fan,
he's
but
great as a 30-something, 20-something. um,
yeah.
but
But he has the funniest moment maybe in the franchise to me,
um,
which which was allegedly an ad lib. It's when he finds out his mom had an affair, so he's not related, so he's not part of the bloodline, so he's safe technically.
mm.
And then he's like, "What? Then who's my dad?" And then she says like someone else like for in the neighborhood, and he's like, "Oh my god, is that why he always wanted to play catch?" Like,
I like that that's never explained. Like not the catching part, but like why he freaks out so much about that specific person.
yeah,
Like that's a really no, that was a great moment. He's great in this. I do like the he gets like several fake outs in it, which is really funny. Um
yeah.
his sister gets probably the cruelest death in the film. Um it,
Yeah, that was like really funny but really fucked up.
no,
um,
I had a good time. I was enjoying it. But
no, I
it
mean,
is
talk
like
about
there there's what I really like though is they do the like, this is something that they haven't really tried this that often with the fake out stuff. Like they don't do it too often, of the
mhm,
like oh, this person actually doesn't have anything to do with it, blah blah, they're actually safe. And it turns out this person is this where because that whole sequence plays out um where they do a comedy version of it where they like how she gets knocked into the thing, right?
the trash
The
can, yeah.
yeah, like it's a comedy shot, but then it turns into a horror sequence. And the way it's going is you really think it's going to be like, oh, he's going to get run over and then she'll get crushed, right? And then it's very
Mhm.
unexpected when she's just slowly crushed like on her face. And
Yeah.
I just found that like very effective.
Yeah.
Um
Well,
so,
that's one of the better digital like practical marriages
yeah,
in the
yeah.
franchise at this point.
Hmm.
Where
The
I
one
because usually when you're like when you're doing a death like that, I'm like, oh, okay, you're probably gonna cut from a couple different angles to like sell the effect. Nope, just they just hold on her getting crushed, and
the
it's
one
fucking brutal.
the tower sequence is kind of like a little too digital, but I think because that's a very like action heavy towering inferno type sequence, I can kind of let it
Hmm.
pass. Like it's kind of a just like this is like if an Avengers film was a Final Destination movie, right? Like it's just a
Yeah.
like let's just go crazy for a couple minutes. So I'm fine with it. The grandmother death was a little too digitally for me. They tried, but
Hmm.
it was a little much.
Yeah.
Especially because they do the like flying impale thing like several times in this movie. Uh,
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it when it hits the other cousin who's like, "I'm okay," and like that's funny, but I
that
like
didn't work for
the
me until it started turning. When it turned in his skull, that I really liked
oh
that.
okay, yeah, that's a
Uh,
funny beat, but like
but
compared to the MRI death,
mm,
like that's pretty fucking fantastic. Like it
no,
anything immediately following that was gonna kind of fall flatter.
well, that's also what I like about it is again like they're really good with the misdirection in this one, which is something the franchise hasn't even really bothered with. Where it's like, oh, turns out he's safe because he's not part of the bloodline. Tony Todd shows up to very briefly say like, hey, it's how you beat death, but also like be careful because if you fuck it up, it'll fuck you over. But they don't really bother to explain what that means. And then that sequence begins where like they're like, okay, you're gonna die, but I'll bring you back, and blah blah blah. And you know it's not gonna work. Like you kind of know that,
Hmm.
but you don't expect it to play out the way it does. And when they're building up this MRI thing, you think it's gonna be the cousin who's fated to die next is gonna be the one that gets it. But then it like pulls both of the cousins into it, right? Like it turns into a
Hmm.
they both. So it was a very good like, wow, I can't believe that's how this scene went. Like that's crazy. That was partly what I really appreciated. about it. Um, and
Yeah.
then kind of the only thing though is that then like when you finally go into the third act is I was kind of be like, oh, we're already here. That's kind of surprising, especially since this is one of the longer ones. I
Yeah.
think part of it is that the first act, first of all, like the first real sequence is that whole tower thing, which goes on for pretty long. That's like a good like 20 minutes, I'm guessing, like the whole tower in the start of it.
Yeah.
Um,
It feels shorter, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 20, 25 minutes.
it's pretty long. Like I'm not saying it felt long, but it is pretty long just when you think about everything that happened in it, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
I think it's also just a that it kind of tricks you, and it's probably why it doesn't feel so long because it's like it feels like a prologue, right? And so you're kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, they're going to get this over with quick. Someone's probably going to fall from the tower or something like that. Blah blah blah. And then it keeps kind of adding more things onto it, and it very quickly segues into the classic Final Destination, like, oh, something bad's going to happen, but we don't know what, and you just don't expect it to turn into like full towering inferno disaster story,
Mm-hmm.
which I think really helps it. And like, so you don't expect it to keep building in that way, so you don't. I think in watching it, you don't realize exactly how long that sequence is. But then you switch to, oh, that wasn't a prologue. That was a individual sequence, and then we don't even. It's actually a mystery as to how this is connected, right? Like it's
Mm-hmm.
now we're going to deal with this. Like, oh, this person's having a vision but it's not even her vision. So like I very much
Yeah.
liked that.
Yeah, and
And
even to like it's such a remix of like sometimes now franchises are like let's remix like the materials of earlier films and we'll like kind of repackage them as something new and like sometimes it's pretty lame but here it's like no it's not just a premonition it's like she's waking up from a dream like which is
yeah,
waking up from a dream to introduce your character I gotta say is such hacky bullshit if it's like your first movie and I kind of do love it when it pops up when it's not someone's first movie. Like, does that
but
make sense to me? Am I being
no,
mean
no,
when I say that? Like,
yeah, you can be, but I think it works here though because it is a it I know people hate this phrase, but it's a subversion, right? Like you
mm-hmm,
are not you are expecting the like oh this is the disaster and then this woman is going like when the flashback happens it's going to go to this woman before it happens but instead it goes to this a completely random person. So I think that's why you can get away because you don't realize it's a dream, right? Like it's not
mm-hmm,
a. It takes a minute before you go like, oh, what that was a dream. This is a recurring dream she's having. You don't totally know what it is. So I think that's why this movie can kind of get away with it,
yeah.
um, as opposed to like a really shitty fake out dream opening.
Mm-hmm.
But
So I've mentioned that my least favorite stuff in this franchise tends to be the third acts, like the climaxes. They all kind of peter out a little bit. Again, not to knock points off or anything like that, but just a little less interesting as they go on. Like, all right, yeah, we're probably wrapping it up now. All right, we're good, we're done. All right, awesome, thanks. This movie has that a little bit too, and
I can't
hearing,
help it.
yeah, like they peak at the hospital.
Hmm,
Then they do a traditional like, okay, let's go back to the beginning a little bit with the log cabin thing, and then they're like, okay, now here's the real ending at the very end, right, where it's like they get
yeah.
traditionally mean. Uh, I didn't see the trailer, so I didn't see this, but I guess there was a scene where the mother gets stuck in one of the revolving doors, right? Where they
Hmm.
kind of set up like, oh, everyone's kind of scared to go to the revolving door because they're looking out for everything. Very fun, very funny. Oh yeah, this movie's fucking really funny.
It
Like,
is, yeah. It's got a good. This has a better sense of humor than the ones that have like tried to be funny.
yeah, when the two cousins are like, all right, look, so here's we know how to like avoid this now. Like, we're gonna get you through this. Like, what do you think? Like I don't want to kill anybody, dude. And like, well, I'm not gonna like fight a person, like a
And
grown person.
they
They
realize
look over it, yeah,
they're
at
newborns.
the,
All
yeah, and
right,
they're like, no.
here's something I was thinking though. So like they've established that. All right, how much do you think the ending of this movie is something where they could write themselves out of it? Um, like
What do you mean? Like,
I feel like because there's a thread here that I don't feel that was fully closed. Which is they set up that the turtle lives 100 years, right? They can turtles can live
Mm-hmm.
like over 100 years. So what if you kill a turtle?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like it's an
I
interesting thing to
thought
set
about
up,
that.
and part of me wonders. Let's say this movie's a hit, they track another one, right? What are the chances that the train crash from the end of this movie is the opening of the next one? It's revealed that is the Vision.
That would be a very fun idea. Allegedly, there are already like percolating a script for the next one if this one was a hit, and boy, it sure was.
Yeah,
So that's not a bad idea. It's not a
I'm
bad
just saying
idea.
it feels like because it is a very mean ending, but it's also like so abrupt that it feels like something that is designed to both be a like punchline ending, but also an ending you can write yourself out of.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so just there
Yeah,
are
I mean,
hangers, and the end credits very much imply like we're gonna do more with this bloodline shit. Like that seems to be the implication by the ending of the film.
yeah,
The end
and then
credits.
this isn't yeah the end credits absolutely, and again this isn't a criticism about like the dad who is not related by blood, he's only married into the family, and the aunt who also married in the family who are safe. They do leave the picture like in the middle of it when they go to the hospital and then head to the third act finale. Makes total sense. Again, not a criticism, but you could pick up threads with those characters if they followed through an idea like the one you just brought up. You know.
Mm. So
And then
yeah, I just
now, immediately, you have that entire cast of kids at prom for the next movie.
mm, yeah. Because I mean,
You
also
could
like
do
that
stuff.
sequence, that train wreck is so big too, where it's like it doesn't just come after them; it like starts destroying houses, right? Like so, it does
Mm-hmm.
feel like it's it feels like it's going if they've allowed room to be like this could be the opening of our next movie, which it
Yeah.
would be
And
interesting.
and I think now, just because of the way franchises work, I don't know if you could just do Final Destination Bloodlines 2 with an entirely new cast. You know what I mean? Like obviously
Yeah.
like I'm assuming the name will be something different, but I think people do want some internal character consistency now. Like I don't think you can kill off characters in between movies and have audiences be accepting of it anymore. I think the last time people accepted that, I don't know. I can't remember the last time people accepted that,
Well,
frankly.
I mean, look, these movies, the 4 and 5 did make money, and those were over 10 years
Mm.
ago at this point. That's 14, 15 years ago now. So,
Jesus,
uh,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, it seems like a dated type of concept. Um,
Hmm.
but
Um,
although I got the Megan 2 trailer before this movie, and I just fucking hate that trailer.
oh,
Uh,
okay.
the movie looks
Well,
so
we'll see.
fucking bad. Uh,
Um, oh, okay. But the one thing I wanted to mention about the mom getting stuck in the revolving door before I forget.
mhm.
So that was the original ending, like for that character. She was gonna get stuck in the revolving door, fake out. She lives through the revolving door, and they're like, okay, good. And then the giant L from the hospital would have been dislodged while the MRI machine was causing like a mini quake up top, right? And then it would have fallen on her and
Mm.
killed her there. And they decided like, fuck, maybe we kind of need the mom at the end just a little
Yeah,
longer.
you need to close that loop of like her leaving the family. Like, because a big part of it is that she comes back to, she if she's not there, her son doesn't make it. Like, if like that's part of it, right? Like,
Yeah.
she
Well, they
needs
they
to be there.
reshot that. Yeah,
I
they
understand it, but
reshot
I'm
that
saying
to pick
that
her back in.
that that is what I'm saying. Like that you need
Yeah.
that. That's part of what makes that button. And they still do end it on a mean punchline. So,
Oh, incredibly.
uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, but that's why that bit is there.
Yeah.
So it was a good choice to change it. You can't really get stuck in revolving doors anymore, right? Um,
I have no idea actually, but it's
they're
never been a big fear for me. I got to be honest.
Most are breakaway now. Like the glass, if you put enough pressure on it, and it's not like breakaway in terms of like it will shatter. It's not like real glass. It's like plastic or something.
Hmm.
And like it'll just fall out because of I believe it's the is it the Coco Cabana? One of those old like some Boston club. I can't remember the name of it now. The Coconut Grove maybe. There's a famous nightclub fire from way back in the day. That I'm trying to look it up. Yeah, the Coconut Grove fire in Boston, 1942. Hey, fires are real scary. Um, Diego,
Mm-hmm.
one nightclub
Yeah.
burned down in the 40s. How many people do you think died?
It's gonna be a really fucking depressing number, isn't it?
Let's take a guess.
50.
492.
Fucking God.
It's the third deadliest single building fire after the Iroquois Theater fire and the 9/11 attacks.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's bad. The Coconut Grove one is particularly bad. What part of it was they had revolving doors, and guess what happens when there's a crush of people trying to get out of a revolving door? That both sides are getting pushed on at the same time. And you know what happens when both sides are getting pushed on at the same time? You can't spin a fucking revolving door.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what trapped a lot of people, and that's why if you ever see revolving doors, uh, that's why there's like usually regular doors on the sides. And
Mm-hmm.
now also that's why there's the breakaway version. It's so you don't get crushed in it, and it's so if there is a rush of people, it's easy to just kind of push through it, you know. Um,
Oh
but
jeez.
I want to talk about like my brain and my whatever Final Destination anxiety poisoning. Whenever I see certain types of architecture, especially safety architecture, I always think about what accident happened that made them put that in. You know, I'm like, whenever I
Yeah.
drive through an area with a speed bump that wasn't there like 2 years ago, I'm like, what happened? Like, what the fuck happened here? That they were like, we need to put a speed bump in. And it is this thing, and this is why our fucking government is so stupid right now with fucking Elon Musk being like, get rid of everything, we don't need it, and not understanding, or maybe just not giving a shit, that a lot of the stuff we have built up in our government, as much as people want to talk about government waste, a lot of this stuff was put up after decades upon centuries of trial and error, of horrible mistakes that backfired. And it's a lot. That's what a lot of our architecture is. And it's like now we got idiots just being like, it's just a waste. Now send a submarine down to the Titanic. Like that's what everything is now. It's the Titan sub because everyone thinks they can outsmart fucking engineering. Ugh. And yeah, so that's where we're at as a society right now.
Yeah, but think
Um,
about the franchise potential of Final Destination now.
I mean, honestly, that's probably the people making these movies should be very happy with what's
Yeah.
happening because they're going to get a lot of new material to work with.
Oh jeez.
Uh,
Yeah.
I guess we should
Um,
end this talking about Tony Todd.
yeah, I have a couple more notes. I would like to end it on
Okay.
Tony Todd, but just a couple quick little things, like including Yvette Ferguson, the 71-year-old stunt performer who came out of retirement to break the world record for oldest person set on fire on camera.
Someone made the joke on Twitter, I think, or Blue Sky, of like someone being like, we have to go find the only person that can solve the case and bring him out of retirement. It's like they had to go find her to be the person to be set on fire, which is one of the more ridiculous, funny, mean moments in the movie is this woman running around on fire.
Yeah, we need you, Yvette. I don't do that
That
anymore. They're doing another Final Destination.
that whole the spiraling of the towering inferno sequence in this is really good. I just like that
Yeah.
whole bit. So,
Yeah, those directors, I think they understood their reputation, just in
mhm,
terms of like what they're attached to, right? Nothing that to say that they couldn't step up their game, which they clearly did. But I think the opening really calls attention to like, no, these guys got something to fucking prove,
mhm,
and I think they did very successfully.
yeah.
Um, I think that's basically. I just wanted to mention those couple things,
Okay.
but
Um,
all the women leads of the film. Again, I got to watch them speak at a early screening, courtesy of Collider in Los Angeles, and they were all very proud. And you can tell when people really get along for the most part. And I think everyone in this cast is like super tight now. At least on this press tour, like
Hmm.
they're really like they're clearly having a good time, just like riffing and talking to each other. And I guess I'll just say, the young lady who played the young Iris, Breck Bassinger, in the flashback, um, I really like her performance in the flashback, and she was kind of isolated from the rest of the cast because she's not in any other scenes with anyone else. But I thought she was really good, and I hope she gets more opportunities following this movie.
Great.
Yeah, Tony Todd.
Tony Todd. Um,
Uh,
Likely his final on-screen appearance in cinema. Unless there's, every now and then they do that where it's like this will be their final performance, and then there's some fucking like straight to DVD thing that like sneaks in at the end and gets to
mm,
be like, actually, this is their last performance. But this feels like it's probably the last thing he did. Um,
yeah. To the point where I mean he's clearly very sick at the time of filming this,
mhm.
and they were aware of it. And I believe they just straight up told him like, look, we'd love for you to come back, and if you'd like to say goodbye on your own terms on film. And
Yeah, I'd wonder
that scene is
how.
entirely that.
Yeah, I wonder how I would feel about that if I was in his position. I'm obviously not a successful character actor, so I can't judge how I would feel. But
Mm-hmm.
I guess we just have to assume he was game, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
my worry is like I don't want it to come out later that it was like, oh, we had to use some like AI stuff to fill in some blanks somewhere. That's my big worry that there was like something because there's one shot in this in his scene where it's the back of his head, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and that could just be like voiceover, right? Or they took audio from a different moment and put it in. But I really don't want it to come out later that it was like, oh, we had to change something and he was unavailable, so we AI'd it. I really don't want that to come out.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't want that either. And look, I mean, again, it's very clear. He's sitting down for basically the entire scene until he leaves the room. Um, and look, as touching as that scene is, standing ovation shit in my audience, frankly, because it's a bunch of horror nerds, so obviously, right, paying respects. I do just feel weird about it for the very same reasons you said. Like,
yeah,
it's it was
there's
a
no
real human being
evidence
still, you know.
there's no evidence that that's what happened. So like I
Yes.
can't. I'm just saying. I am worried that that would come out later. So I'm keeping an ear out for that. That would be uh you know. Well, there's been a lot of stuff lately where we record a podcast and like 3 days later, there like something we talked about was given new context. So just throwing out there that like I'm just paying attention to what was going on there. But
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
There's no evidence again. Like there's no evidence that happened. Uh, Tony Todd passed away in November of last year. It's very likely they got everything they needed. Uh, it is very funny that it's a very sentimental scene for him, but the crux of the scene is he's being like, "You're on your own, fuckers." Like that's the crux of the scene, which I just find very funny. But I do think I really appreciate him being in it, and it was odd. It was oddly emotional, and not just because he looked, you could tell he was sick, but like it was just like, oh, like yeah, I love Tony Todd. Like this is great. Um, but
Yeah.
it's sad he's gone. It's very similar to I think we talked about it on the. Did we ever talk about like because we talked about Poltergeist when we did Happy Emblem, but do you remember there's an actor in Poltergeist 2 named Julian Beck. Um, he plays the evil Did you ever see Poltergeist 2?
Yeah, I did eventually see it.
Okay, so like there's the evil preacher that's like he turns out he's the one responsible for everything, right? Like he had like a
Yeah, yeah.
cult. The actor playing Julian Beck was like dying when they filmed the movie. He like not a like, oh, he passed away a little bit later. The movie comes out in 1986. He died in 1985.
Mm-hmm.
So it's and it is one of those. It very much reminds because like you watch that movie and that performance is very much informed by this person is going to die, right? Like
Yeah.
it's an oddly powerful performance in a movie that's not necessarily great, but it like that is the thing. If you're going to talk about the movie, it is his performance. So
Hmm.
it's a little wild when stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
And
And look, not trying to trivialize it, but in a lot of ways, it is pretty fucking incredible that Tony Todd got to have his last performance be in Final Destination Bloodlines.
yeah, that's what's
Like,
crazy is that it's like not only is this his last performance, not only are they like giving him a window to be like, this is your exit from the earth and from cinema,
yeah.
like that we're giving you, you're getting a chance that like no one really gets, which is to say goodbye on the national stage. And that's like, but it's also Final Destination, which is so much about death and our fate and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's just insane.
Yeah. And his message in the scene, yeah, he's like, "You're on your own, fuckers," absolutely. But like the words are more optimistic, where he's like, "I'm not going to live in fear of death,"
Yeah.
which is a great thing to put out there, frankly.
Mm.
Um, even in this ridiculous fucking movie that ends with the kids getting their heads crushed by giant logs. They got to bring the
Yeah.
logs back. They know the people are asking.
Mm.
They
There's a
know what the
couple,
people want.
the logs get referenced a few times, which is probably like the foreshadowing of that ending. Um,
Mm.
because they almost hit a truck that's carrying the logs, right? Like there's a couple moments
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. We're
Uh,
like, that's the type of fun callback where like, because everyone kind of knows about the logs now from Final Destination 2,
mm,
but it also like doesn't call attention to itself to the point where like at first I was kind of rolling my eyes like, okay, fine, you get the logs at the very end. Fine, whatever. But now I'm like, yeah, it's not really a hang up for me.
mm.
Do we have it in us to rank the movies now?
Um, 2, 1. I guess I'll put Bloodlines at 3. 3, 5, and 4.
Okay.
That's
It's
gonna be
pretty
mine.
good.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you got?
When I first saw this, I was 2, 1, 3, 5 Bloodlines, and then I put a bunch of less than signs, and then 4.
There's a big drop off.
Yeah, it's like not fair. It's like this is the real fifth movie. 5 is the real fourth movie. Like to the point where 4 basically doesn't exist. Um, God, I think a couple changes. I'm gonna rewatch Bloodlines just to solidify this, but in my heart, I'm feeling, and it might just because it's almost midnight right now, and I'm like losing my mind
It's almost
talking
3
about these.
a.m. here, fucker. So
Jesus
calm the fuck
Christ,
down.
why did we do this?
Hey,
Okay, I think
this was my dumb idea. I
it
thought it'd
it
be
was.
fun.
I don't regret it in the slightest, but I think I'm gonna go 1, 2. 3. I think it'll be a while before something dethrones those first 3 for me.
Yeah, yeah.
Bloodlines and 5. I'm like I really want to see Bloodlines again right now.
I
Like,
feel like Bloodlines and 3 could do some flip flopping, right? Like I like those
mhm,
two. Like those are the ones I'm uncertain of. But other than that, I'm pretty certain about my ranking. Um,
yeah. Yeah. But all right, that was all Final Destinations. That was every single one.
yep. We talked about
Wow.
6 movies in 4 hours.
Hey, that's pretty good. I
Yeah.
think.
I
Yeah.
mean, this is actually the lesson we learned by doing the Halloween retrospectives that like we should just do these overly long episodes about a franchise because that's about as much as there is to talk about a franchise
Yeah,
as
especially
opposed
because
to
we spent about 5 minutes on 4. So
yeah. Well, there's nothing to
that would have
fucking
been a
talk
20
about.
minute episode.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have sucked.
Yeah.
Um, I would have had to have brought up something insane to just fill time.
Yeah. You're like, what's the correlation between NASCAR and America's racism?
I mean, yeah, that's been a
Mm
topic of conversation this past week.
hmm.
Uh,
Interesting. Interesting stuff
yeah,
going on there. But Matt, thank you for joining me. Thank you for basically putting this one together. This is tons of fun. I was gonna do my fucking damnedest to get this out the morning after recording. I gotta be. There's
yeah.
no way that's happening now.
No, I that is Totally understandable.
Yeah.
That is not a reasonable thing to ask of you.
Yeah.
Um,
But
but
this will come out on. So I think retrospectives. The days will just be Wednesdays, and I'll be doing the hangouts every other Monday. But because we're pushing back the next superhero retrospective a week, so we could slot this episode in, I will have several of the failed superhero blockbuster episodes available on the Patreon the moment this episode goes live, so you can go check those out as well. But until then, Matt, thanks so much for joining me again and again for setting this one up. Where can people find you?
I'm an Emperor OTN on Blue Sky, and that's basically it.
All right, and you can find me at the links down below. Check out the Waffle Press on Twitter, YouTube, SoundCloud, Spotify, iTunes, Blue Sky, and Patreon. And also Blue Sky,
Hey,
where I will be
hey,
posting. Yeah, I said Blue Sky
hey.
twice. I meant to. That wasn't a mistake. I just want people to check out the Blue Sky. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We have been professionally unprofessional.
Next stop, end of the line.
Okay then. Well, yeah. I'm sorry we broke in.
No harm, no foul. I'll see you soon.